Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Thursday, October the 24th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, Tordy and William in our main room. So you guys can hear me and see my screen. Now, I was going to talk about Tesla first, but look at fun, guys. So I don't know if this was planned. It looks like this is kind of abrupt. Phunware announces the retirement of CEO Mike Snavely. And I don't know if that was planned or not, but on that news, the stock just took a bit of a hit. It was 1341 down to 1248. Let's see if it continues down. It's below yesterday's low right now. That's what I thought, Penny and Paula. But there are guys, that's, I'm going to digress here. Spanish is the most sexist language there is. You can have 1,000 women in a meeting and one guy, and you still got to go todos instead of todas. Anyway, anybody who understands Spanish knows what I'm talking about. So anyway, there's PHUN. But let's take a look at Tesla, guys. Tesla obviously did not. Where you been living, John? Under a rock? You're looking at this Tesla move. Tesla had earnings after hours yesterday, so that of course is the reason for the Tesla bump. And now I don't know if JP Morgan is trolling these guys or what. They're raising their target 135 to 135 from 130. So I don't know if they're trolling Tesla. But anyway, there is the move for Tesla. Now you can see all the Tesla ETFs that are designed to trade Tesla. So for instance, here's TSLR. So why is that 29%? And Tesla's at around 14 and a half. This is double. So you'll get double the exposure. Also the TSLT is another one. There might be another one here that's only basically 1 times or 1.5 times. TSL is 1.5 times. So you can see these moves. Now, of course, the downside is if Tesla drops, say 1%, this will drop 2%. But anyway, and then on the flip side, TSLQ, TSDD, probably another one somewhere. These are the TSLZ. These are the ones in which you would buy if you thought Tesla was going down. Obviously, you don't buy it now. But again, you're getting double the exposure. The PHUN is continuing. Yeah, so this doesn't look like this was planned. This does not look like this was planned at all. This retirement, the CEO retirement. No, this is just showing up. I have a feeling this is under $1. No, it isn't. NUKK is not under $1. Just resuming trading. I don't know what's going on with this one. I'm wondering if this is a reverse split. The reason I say that, it's hard to believe it's up 1,000%, but I'm wondering if our provider has not taken into account a reverse split. So what else is happening here, guys? So LGCB, LI, EV company out of China, of course, LI, reporting a slightly, 9.99% passive stake in this company. Well, that is the reason I guess that is moving higher. It was a reverse. Thank you, Draw. So that is not up. So NUKK is not up 1,000%. As I said, our provider hasn't adjusted for the reverse split yet. WISA, is it still up? You see, I'm going to have to get rid of this because it's going to dominate this. I don't see WISA anymore. So WISA must have dropped. Yeah, so it got up to 220 and it's dropped down to 182. Boy, my coulda, woulda, shoulda today, this morning was VOF. Because when I looked at this parabolic move, I checked to see if Interactive Brokers had any shorts available. I was surprised to see almost 100,000 shares. And I thought, you know what? This is getting really close to that. Well, actually, this was up at three, up at this level right here. I thought, man, this would be an awesome short. Didn't do it. What a short, though. I mean, even the break underneath three, right back down to two. But I didn't do it. Now, NNE guys, I'm jumping around here, but NNE. Now, I know somebody had posted that they had done a financing at 21 something. Well, never could really find the news on that. I'm certainly not. Maybe it was out there somewhere, but it appears that the financing is at 1750. I'm sorry, yeah, at 17. Okay, at $17. So this is so it got down below 17, got down below 17, a little bit below, a little bit above 17 now. My guess is that it's probably dragging the other nukes down, not because they've done financings, but sympathy play. And how about the OKLO? Yeah, they're all kind of doing the same thing. Not that these other two did financings, but the threat of. I'm wondering, the only problem I have with this one, this says CLS, okay? This is an earnings play. One, I'm trying to find another one like we had GM. What do you know? We're Thursday now. So I think we had GM on was it Monday? We had LRN yesterday. Maybe GM was Tuesday. But remember how they both had beautiful runs all day long. Nothing like not huge percentage moves after the initial pop, but just beautiful runs all day long. And I'm wondering if maybe CLS could be that one. The only issue I've got with it is that the next high, looking left on the weekly, is around 64. Well, it's a couple of dollars away. I wish there were more room. CCCG. You know what, guys? I've got to get rid of this. Give me a moment. It'll take a bit to get rid of it, but it'll go. 'Cause otherwise, it's going to dominate all day long, and that's just not. It is not up 796%. Okay, NXU. There we go. Just got rid of it. NXU under a dollar, guys. So if you're into that, into stocks under a dollar, there is that one. Zena, ZENA. Okay, it's still kind of holding its gains. If you look left on the daily chart, the next high is a little bit above. No, it's the next high is 312. So it's a little bit below that high. I think it might have popped into that area. Yeah, I got a little bit above it. So if it can take out 312 again, $4 is your next high on the week on the daily chart. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there if it even if it takes this out, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. Bion, BYON. This is an all-time low now, I believe. All-time low. This is an earnings play, BYON, earnings play. I really don't know what they do. I mean, after the owner of distress, maybe I don't know. Are they go out and buy these companies that are basically bankrupt? Because owner of distressed retail brands such as Bed Bath and Beyond, Overstock, and I don't know these guys, Zulily. I didn't know Overstock was in the bankrupt situation, but certainly Bed Bath and Beyond. At any rate, they are down on earnings and an all-time low now for BYON. Oh, that's the new name, John. Oh, I see. Okay, that's the new name of Overstock.com, BYON. I sort of knew that. Um, yeah, Poe, you've got to create have to create a symbol list. Call it excluded or whatever you want to call it. Okay. I like, it's hard for me to tell you right now. If you don't know how to create a symbol list, but you create a symbol list, I call it excluded symbols. Okay. And I just added it in there. And then in this top list right here, configure symbol list, and I say exclude the following lists. And I named it excluded symbols. You can name it anything you want. Okay. And then I checked it. So now anything in this list will be excluded. That's how I got rid of it. All right, TVGN, TVGN. So if you don't know how to create it, hard for me to do it for you right now, okay? But TVGN, guys, above yesterday's high, had a a lot of excitement the last few days. Well, above yesterday's high, don't see any specific news on it today. Just more of a kind of a continuation play. Markets, by the way, markets in for a nice pop overall. I guess the disaster du jour is definitely this ORKT. Um, okay, well that I'm seeing the press release introduces AI-powered no-code application development platform. Typically, anytime you put AI in the press release, market is not impressed, and we're thrilled. We're thrilled. Well, the market is not thrilled with you right now. There must be something else going on. I mean, that's a massive move down. There must be something going on. It's not an earnings play. This could get interesting. By the way, look how many earnings plays there are, guys. I wonder if this is going to fill out the whole. Not quite. It will. Lots and lots and lots of earnings plays. Maxell, guys, MXL, Maxell Linear, I think it's called. Yeah, Max Linear. So take a look at this one. And of course, look at the potential gap fill. So weekly chart, 25.21 is the next high. Again, I'm not saying it's going to do this, fill this in, but look at this. Look at this. So broken free on the weekly chart now. And not very much volume, though, not yet. No, they released earnings after hours yesterday. But this market, once the market opens, I'm sure this will get running. I'm not saying it's going to run into this area, but certainly has no more chart resistance. And that's MXL, just no volume right as we speak. Yeah, that's on my list here somewhere. Yeah, QS QuantumScape, another earnings play. You guys have been talking about it through the 200-day moving average. On a weekly chart, the next high, 631, okay? That is on a weekly chart. And if we can break through that, then the next high is around 7. It's a big float. So that's a nice move on that float, 20% with 371 million in the float. I also think this is another, so it's an earnings play, but this is also some news. Soars has production of its initial B sample cell again. Okay, I don't know why the okay, well, electronic equipment, so energy storage solutions, okay. Z-Lab. Where is Z-Lab? I don't see it anywhere. I think it's an earnings play, ZLAB, ZLAB. I think it's an earnings play. Yeah, it's China. It's not an earnings play. China stock, not a lot of volume, but look what it's doing. It's up 12%, not a lot of volume. Not yet anyway. Trading higher after the company presented data from its ongoing phase 1A/1B study. Okay, so China stock Not too many Chinese bio stocks that trade on US anyway. Yeah, I'm not sure I went over CCTG, CCTG. No, well, maybe I did. I think it talked about it pulling back. So CCTG, it is not an earnings play. Hong Kong. Don't see any news on this one, CCTG. Take a look at the overall China market, see if there's anything happening. Web, yeah, it's pretty flat right now. Okay, now after yesterday's big down day, I think what I will do, what time is it now? 9:15. I might not have time. XLU though, XLU is definitely underneath the 200-day moving average. Well, I shouldn't say that. It closed right at it. XLE, the big energy ETF, probably the major one, closed right on the 200-day moving average yesterday. So it's just still that green line you see. And retail is getting closer. You can see what's happening. Retail is getting closer and closer to that 200-day. Take a look at XLK. Well, at least now you can see the line. Okay, it's still above it, but you can see it. XLC communications. Yeah, you can see it. Still way above it. Take a look at utilities. You can't see it. So again, XRT is the next one that is getting closer to the 200-day. XLE, the energy ETF, is sitting right on it. So the market is, again, we're in for a positive open. Yeah, this NXU is going crazy. NXU and Verde Bioresins announcing a proposed merger. I guess that's the reason for the pop for NXU. All right, guys. It was now 9:18. So let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. CHRO. What is this one doing? CHRO. Another cheap one under a dollar. A lot of shares available to short for this MXL for me at Interactive Brokers, 3.8 million. Not that I want to short it. I mean, it took a long time. Look at that weekly chart to break out of this, and it finally did on earnings today. MXL. Can't really remember what happened here, unless this was. Let's see how many. That could have been previous earnings release. Yeah, this could have been. This looks like around 3 months ago. Okay, so that could have been the previous earnings release. Let's see what fun is doing. Is it recovering at all? So yeah, this doesn't look. I mean, again, this looks like it's out of the clear blue, and that's the retirement of this CEO. And yeah, so they're appointing this guy as an interim CEO. I mean, if this were planned, they would have another guy taking over as the CEO, in my opinion, anyway, immediately. Okay, if this were a planned retirement. So this does not look like a planned retirement. Yeah, thank you. You're reading my mind there, William. This one is also having a weak day, even though they're trying to put a positive spin on it. Look at this, reports positive phase two results. This is NTLA, okay, but the market is not buying it. Seriously, down 10%. So I mean, I don't get into all the details of what this really means, other than when it says presents positive results. But again, the market is not buying that. Lending Club also, LC is also having a good day on earnings. This is Lending Club, good day on earnings. Big breakout on the daily. You can see I was drifting down before earnings, popped up here. On a weekly chart, I can't even see anything. So let me get to a monthly chart and see where the next highs are. Looks like there's a high at 1579. Is that right? Yeah. So there was a high at 1420. So it's above that now at 1461. So the next high on a monthly chart, and this is back in, you're going to go back 2 years, August of 2022. And that high, looking left, and there's a couple of highs right there. The previous month looks like the high also was there at 1579. So there is some room, but a dollar to the next high on a monthly chart anyway for LC. So the cheap one, guys, under a dollar, HEPA, HEPA, the one that's kind of moving. No volume, sorry, no volume, 12,000 shares. In the economic calendar today, let's see what's happening. See if there's anything interesting. Well, at 8:30 we had the jobless claims. Okay, 8:30 we had the jobless claims, and also at 8:30 we had the Chicago Fed National Activity Index. Getting a lot of these things coming out. So at 8:30, so there was the reaction to the jobless claims, a little bit of a pop. Okay, 8:45, Hammock. I don't know this guy, but he's one of the Fed presidents. He's giving he was talking at 8:45. I don't know if probably finished now. So the next one that can affect the market is at 9:45. Okay, 9:45, and that is the PMI composite flash. 10 o'clock, we've got new home sales. 11 o'clock, we've got the Kansas City Fed manufacturing survey. 1 o'clock, we've got the results of the $24 billion 5-year TIPS auction. So really, the next one is at the 9:45 and 10 o'clock. PMI composite and new homes at 10 o'clock. So could affect the market short term. Okay. Tech, guys, is this an earnings play? Tech, TECK. Yeah, tech is an earnings play, getting a bit of a hit now. Big Canadian resource company. Next, let's see, the 200-day moving average around a dollar away. It looks like around 46.27. Yeah, about a dollar away, a little less than a dollar away. Yeah, so tech is getting hit here. I mean, they released earnings, but this is further down now after lowering annual copper production forecast. All right, guys, want to get the layout that I'm going to use once this market is open, up and running. All right, let me just do some rearranging here. Okay, now again, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Do try to let things settle down a little bit. However, I may make an exception depending on what I see in the 10-day daily breakout. If it if it's setting up the way I like and it's in the first 15, I may take one out of here. And of course, I'm sharing that one on my homepage. I won't go over my homepage in any detail right now, but if you're looking for those my scans, just click on my homepage link, scroll down until you see the scan section. Okay, and then you'll see all the scans that I'm currently sharing, including that one, the 10-day daily breakout. And I use the don't repeat version. Don't repeat meaning you'll only see the symbol one time. The very first time you get the alert, you see the time. Yeah, typically I don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, that's correct. That's just me. I just, I'm not trying to tell everybody to do the same as me. I just typically don't trade in the first 15. I just try to let things settle down a little bit. But that's just me. But as I said, I may make an exception if something comes into this screen, this scan here. Here, guys, ahead of the market open, the market's dropping just a little bit here. All right, there's Xena still hanging in there. Yes, Xena is still hanging in there. An IPO from a few weeks ago, and the high yesterday was 287. So it's basically at the high. You can see right there. Getting through that would be key. 312. Okay, 312. What did it do this morning? It did get above that. So I'm going to put a price alert in that area and see if it takes it out again. Because if it does, then the next high is up around 4. Okay. 1 minute. Yes. Thank you, William. So less than a minute to the open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. And again, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. Za. We have a YouTube room going and also what I call the main room. Look at the three Tesla ETFs, all up 29%. Remember, it's double what Tesla is. GNPX, let me take a look at it. I don't think I saw it this morning. Is it under $1? Nope. Okay. All right, guys, we're open. There's a ZLab, guys, ZLAB. The volume is now starting to pick up. Okay, the volume is now starting to pick up. Look at this market on the open, though. Look at this. So we are starting to give up our gains in the pre-market. And we just got a halt now. ORKT just got halted. So I'm trying to figure out really what the bad news is on this, okay? Because typically when a company, comes out and says we're introducing AI, anything, goes up. So there's obviously something going on I'm just not aware of. There's the QuantumScape or Scope, sorry. I was right the first time. QuantumScape making a market high. The pre-market high is around 680. So I do see this one showing up on my 10-day daily breakout, but it's an airline. I just have a tough time trading. Thinking, wow, look at this market. You're really getting slammed here now a bit. So American Airlines is an earnings play, but I'm not going to take it. I mean, look what it did earlier. So I'm not going to take that one, even though it's showing. This is what I'm talking about. I may regret it, but now this one might be a little more interesting. QS. So the pre-market high is up here, 681. It's a big float, 371 million in the float. So it certainly is a large float. But I have to admit, the market is influencing me a bit here, not wanting to go long, even though this would probably it'll be trading on its own to a certain extent. It's an earnings play. It's not going to be that affected by the market. If I did take it, it would probably be for a very quick scalp. One thing it does have going for it a little bit is the float is so large that it shouldn't be dramatically volatile. It's right at the alert price at 646. If it gets to 650, I might take it and then see what happens. Probably just a quick scalp though. I'm talking about the QS. If we get a bit of 650, I'll probably take this. But again, I'm not telling anybody to do the same. You do the same thing, okay? It's got a little bit of room to 7. All right. Well, I just don't have any guts, guys. I've already traded out of it. I'm just too a little too influenced by what this market is doing right now. So I took a very quick scalp on it. Now this one showed up, okay. The TSLT showed up, but this is a Tesla 2 times long. Notice it's up 32%. Tesla will be up 16%. Now there's a CLS, guys. There's a CLS. Okay. I'm wondering if this wow, well, too late now for me. Look at this. Remember, this is the one I thought maybe could have the nice gentle move up. Well, that's not so gentle. And that just this just whipped right through that high. Okay, now that one showed up also the CCTG, and it was at 302. And what did it get up to? So I'm going to put a price alert. Okay. All right. Well, let's see if this one works. Nope. I got out of it, guys. I got out of it. I might take a look at it later on. I'm talking about the CCTG. The alert was at 302, got in a little bit above that, but it dropped back right back down there. So I took a small loss on it. I'm going to take a look at it later, though, and see if it gets back over three. I really don't like doing this. I mean, probably not on these cheap ones either. Well, right now, Grumpy, I'm talking with CCTG. So I'm looking at it again, though, just because it's got some room, of course. What did it get up to this morning? 369. Not me. Well, I see it just went up to nine, but typically it's under 100. Anything under 100. But if it's staying at 800, then there's something wrong, Bjorn. Yeah, if it's staying at 800. I mean, every now and then I'm seeing these little spikes. Typically at the beginning of the day when there's all sorts of action happening, data is coming in. I do see that, but it's not slowing down my. It's really not slowing down my machine that much. All right, Lending Club now, LC. Hmm. All right. Well, Lending Club is another one here, guys. Hey, 1515 was the alert. Let's see if this one moves. And this is an earnings play. LC, pretty big float. Oh, okay. That is very weird, Bjorn. Wow, go, go, go. All right. Well, Lending Club worked. Again, this is such a deviation from the way I normally trade, guys. But there was the Lending Club at 15.15. But I'm trading these, okay? I'm especially when it's this early. And this is what remember I was saying that this will get a this will get pretty active because we're going to get some earnings plays in here. And there's of course LC is an earnings play, CLS is an earnings play, QS is an earnings play, American Airlines is an earnings play. I think the way I'm going to adjust my thinking on this is that maybe if it's an earnings play to take a harder look. You know, these cheap ones, I just think they're too whippy. Now look at that. I mean, still got to trade them out. Look at the LC right back down. So that's what I'm saying, guys. I'm looking at this so early in the morning, just trading them out, and then looking at them later on, maybe as more of a continuation type play, like the QS. I mean, the QS isn't bad. But look at the LC. I mean, I got up to what 15.50 and it came right back down. All right. I think John, you might have mentioned this ASTS in the pre-market. Look at this pop now for ASTS. The next high looking left is around 30. I see Bitcoin is having a decent day up around 1300, 1400. ZLab, guys, ZLab is on the move. Look at this move here. And the volume is picked up. Remember, we saw this in the pre-market. There's only, I don't know, 20 or 30,000 shares. But look at this now, ZLab. And, you know, we don't see too many China bios listed on the US market. This is one. Just checking out some of the other earnings plays that we didn't talk about in the pre-market. Okay, Q is another one. All right. So for the LC, this is what I'm doing. I'm going to put a price alert. I just have a feeling that some of these are just being a little too affected by the market, even though they, you know, in theory, they should be trading a little more on their own. But I'm going to put a price alert at 15.15, which is where the alert happened from that 10-day daily breakout. See if it happens again. Now there's a Z Lab. Ah, man, it's also showing up, but it's so parabolic right now for me. I mean, it may not matter, but I'm not going to take it. The Z Lab showing up in the 10-day daily breakout, okay? But it's so parabolic. CCTG, I'll put a price alert over 3 and see if it gets back over there later on. Yeah, QS is, I mean, it's hanging in there, but nothing, nothing fabulous yet. See what American did. Yeah, so that's why I backed off the American Airlines, AAL. Wow, Z-Lab, I mean, I may regret not taking it, but just to me, it's just a little too parabolic. ACIC guys, so this is from RAI, and let's take a look. The next high is so 1190. And so it's right at that high, that weekly high of 1190. If it breaks through that, then the next high is 1243. So right now it's stalling at 1190. This is not an earnings play. This is a so all right. So so there maybe it's not as much as they thought it was going to be. That's a 16.2 million Hurricane Milton Q4 loss, but maybe they thought it was going to be as much. Therefore, therefore it's moving higher. That's all I can think of. So BTOC, let's see, BTOC got halted a while back and halted on the way down. SAG, this is IPO from I believe yesterday. Yeah, IPO from yesterday. SAG. The IPO was priced at 8, so it's still underneath the IPO price. So this is still not a that positive an IPO. I mean, nobody's reacting that enthusiastically to it. TC resumed. Let's see what happened with TC. All right. Well, TC was halted at wow, $1.80. Missed this one. Missed this one. This nice move here. China stock volume picking up. This is an IPO from yesterday, I believe. FGL. Yeah, IPO from yesterday. Again, not to met enthusiastically. So it is showing up also in the 10-day daily breakout. It's just too parabolic for me. All right, so the market's having a little disconnect. Okay, so the Dow was down, Nasdaq's up, SPY's up a little bit. Disconnect in that the value versus the growth stocks, a little bit of a disconnect. So this is an earnings play, guys. NDAQ. It's basically gone flat. It was negative this morning, but it's gone flat. It has recovered somewhat. It's basically flat, just down 2 cents from yesterday's close. There goes the QS guys, without me, but there goes the QS. There's Lending Club right back up without me. There's the QS. Wow, that really, yeah, I just got a little jumpy on it, unfortunately. But now the next high, that Red line you see on the chart is the next high. If I expand it out on that daily chart, that is the next high on the daily chart for QS. So if you're in this one, just be aware of that high. It looks like it's around six, trying to eyeball it, around 685 or so, 680, 685. Okay, for QS. Oh boy. I said yesterday I've got to start paying attention to the breakdowns now too, because look at this one. So I had an alert here at 1670 for NTLA. 1670. There's a dollar drop. Had news in the pre-market. VKTX is soaring here, guys. VKTX. Now, to me, it's getting into a potential resistance area. The next high in the weekly chart, 68.74. Okay. Now, if it can take out 68.74, the next high is 70.64. Oh, well, didn't take it. There it is, 237, 280 now on the 10-day daily breakout for TC. Did not take it. All right. Well, ACIC still has a little bit of room on a weekly chart anyway. It looks like around 12, 1242. TC float. We have about a million in the float, Nestor. We have about well, that's what our provider has. I didn't check another source, but we have about a million in the float for TC. Yeah, nice reversal for NNE coming off that $17 financing now. Still down for the day, down 5%. Okay, now we did have some news at 9:45, right? That composite. So I don't know if that affected. Let's take a look at 9:45. So we did have some news at 9:45 on the economic calendar. Maybe that's given the market a little bit of a pop. The PMI, what's it called exactly? The PMI composite flash. And then at 10 o'clock, we have new home sales. And after that, we're kind of, well, then at 11 o'clock, we have the Kansas City Fed manufacturing survey. The 10 o'clock is the next one for the new home sales. TC is an, yes, TC is a China stock. Yes, and Gamma CG, sorry, not C, SGMO is having another decent day. So 2 days ago, it had the big pop. Yesterday, pop closed down here. It's almost at yesterday's high, which was a dollar 77 or so. Look at the volume. Big float though, and we did check that float. That is a big float. There's big moves even with that big float. Let's see, is Mattel an earnings play? MAT, is that an earnings play? Yes, it is. Mattel is an earnings play, guys. So the 200-day moving average, it's right at the 200-day moving average. That is MAT for Mattel. Okay, Barbie. So the next high, if it can take out that 200-day, is around not that far away, really, 50 cents or so, a little over 19. So it's not that much room. Penny, do you have trade ideas? We have a 2.8 million float for CCTG. Do you have trade ideas out of curiosity? It's okay if you don't. I'm just questioning because okay. Because I'm going to say just have your single stock window up, which has a lot of the, this is the information in this single stock window. This is what I want to see. It's got the float information. It's got other information that I like to see. The single stock window is, I'm just talking generally now. The single stock window is totally customizable. These are just the filters that we've got. Okay. Just happens to be what I want to see. Well, the quantums, wow, I wish I still had some of the QS, but I don't. All right, so you guys are talking about NNE. So my guess is that the SMRs, you guys are talking about SMR, probably doing about the same thing. Yeah, so they think the only reason this was down, in my opinion, was because NNE was down on, but NNE had very specific news to it. Did a financing at $17. That's okay, Penny. That's okay. You can you can stay in the room as long as you want. So there's 1854 is the next high. Let's take a look at the OKLO. Doing probably the same thing. Very set. A little bit of a lag today in my charts. Yeah, same sort of thing. The other one I want to see is LTBR. That was the light bridge. Kind of that really lagged the rest of them, but really, yeah. So LTBR is still a little bit soft here. Oh man. Well, I'm going to share this one for a while. 237 on the alert, 377 now for TC. This fund is looking weaker again, guys. The PHUN. Pretty tough to shake off the CEO rather abruptly leading or leaving. Okay, so there's the low today. Was I'm going to stick an alert there, and I want to see if it takes that out later on. It's 11:46. Cannabis again, CGC. Now, did it have any sort of, yeah, it pulled back yesterday a little bit. but cannabis is still in play to a certain extent. Now, this one went crazy, I think, a couple of days ago. Yeah, look at this guy. So keep an eye on eFresh, EFSH. Keep an eye on it. I mean, it's already popping here. But remember, 5 days ago or so, it got up to $10. I don't know if there's any actual reason for it other than the fact it's a crazy low float. Excuse me. So it's above yesterday's high. It's above 2 days ago, or right at 2 days ago. So the next high is 453. I think it just got halted too. It just got halted. eFresh just got halted. EFSH just got halted. So if you want to know the importance of stops, what if I got very stubborn, even though I love this scan? Okay. So there's the CCCG at 302. I took it early. Look at it now, 231. What if I got very stubborn and thought, yeah, it'll come back? And then, maybe later on it might. No, it doesn't. I have my doubts. But if I got very stubborn thinking it was going to come back, I'd be in a mini world of hurt right now. Okay. And in a very bad mood. And that's why you have stops. All right, let's take a look at this one and see where this could open. The eFresh. Okay, is this an Amex? No, it's New York. That's why. Sometimes New York doesn't really give what I call a glimpse into the future in this column. Okay, New York and Amex stocks. So anyway, there's the halt for eFresh, EFSH at 255. This column is again trying to give you a bit of a glimpse into the future as to where it could open, but you can see right there it says 255, 256. So really no clue. So the ACIC, I did not take this one from our AI, but the ACIC is performing very nicely. So trading higher after the company announced or provided updates on the hurricane loss amount. So and expects a positive net income. So I obviously they thought maybe they were going to have a larger impact based on what happened with the hurricane and the insurance payouts. And look at the market, by the way. Look at the market coming back. 10 o'clock, guys. Yeah, home sales, right? Home sales, 10 o'clock. So I guess that affected the market. Meanwhile, the VKTX kept moving. Now the next high is 70.64. So yeah, about a dollar right now, about $1.50 to that next high on the weekly chart for VKTX after Q3 results. Oh, this is an earnings play. Okay, so this is actually an earnings play. Okay, VKTX is an earnings play. Has a little bit of room. Pega. This one's an earnings play, guys. Pega, PEGA is also an earnings play. Excuse me, need more liquid. Also an earnings play. PEGA is also an earnings play. You can see the big move now out of the weekly chart. All right, guys, eFresh just opened. And what did it do? Okay. This is actually, no, not an earnings play. Sorry. eFresh just opened. Ah, I can't take this one. I don't recall this happening. I maybe I didn't try to take this one before. I cannot take this one as a Canadian, EFSH, because they give me that big message about I might be with withholding tax and all that sort of stuff as a Canadian citizen. So I can't take this one, EFSH, EFSH. Jeez, eFresh. This is really strange. Usually that pertains to that other class of stock. So I don't understand what's going on that one. You must have a setting somewhere, Bjorn, that is doing that because it's nothing to do with, well, nothing to do with trade ideas in terms of the software. Maybe reload the software or something. But why is it directing it to a Google to your Google Drive? That's of course nothing that we're doing. Oh man, that is too bad. The first time I saw that was on a was an icon stock, icon stock. And but that's a special classification of stock. This is just a I don't know why. It's New York, but anyway, can't do it. Don't know how to help, Bjorn. There's something going on. I don't know how to help. Just out of curiosity, if you go tools, external linking, make sure you're not linking somehow to something outside. Okay. I mean, it's just it's hard to believe you would be, but who knows? So click on tools, external linking, and just seeing if you're somehow linked into Google Drive. All right. So this one is showing up also in the 10-day daily breakdown, the CWK. But look, the next high looking left is 1376, and then the next high is 1399. Consequently, I won't take it. Or this BYON continues to move down on earnings, guys. BYON continues to move down on earnings. Yeah, so Bjorn, that's something going on with your system, obviously. It's got nothing to do with trade ideas as such. You must have some kind of a setting, and I don't know how to help you. Maybe Pepe, I really don't know. Dip, are you in the States though, or are you in Canada, or are you outside of the States, Dip buyer? San Diego. Okay, so it's not just Canadian or outside of the United States. Interesting. Yeah, it is halted again on the way up. That is really too bad. I mean, I had a nice little order set at just at around $3. No, earlier. Yeah, $3, just around $3. Well, you're trying to do it in your IRA account. Okay, well, guys, as I wait, it is now 10:12, so I think I'll go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage, including my scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay. So again, welcome. If you're new to the room, this is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time, almost 3 p.m., in which I share my screen live on the mic. I usually take off sometime between 2:30 and 3, but the main room is usually kept open till around 4 by either Draw or William. So even though I leave, there are still people in the room. So clicking on my homepage link. So here's a promo code you can use. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year. Look at NUKK guys now. NUKK just ripping here. NUKK. This is showing up on my momentum scan right there. So anyway, 15% off, 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Okay. And as always, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my promo code. This will help to keep the room free. It's really that simple. Okay. Now, if you do take out a subscription, you must do to get started. This is a software program like any other software program, a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here in these 10 short videos is cover all the important aspects of Trade Ideas, starting off with a download and install, your first startup and login. Scroll down a little bit, introduction to scans, top list windows, and alert windows. Okay. Very important you understand what a top list and an alert window, what they are. Okay. If you're new to trading, we have a series of videos designed just for you. Trading 101, all free. I do a stock of the day video right here. You can sign up for it. It's free, of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. I believe this week's trade of the week, unless it did something unbelievable yesterday, it did not trigger. So it's not a bad trade of the week. It's basically a non-event. Yeah, it never triggered. I think the trigger price was 26 something. So it never triggered. Now, if you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. If you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And here's our user guide. Here's the getting started. Now, a lot more detail about what an alert window is, what a top list window is. Stock racing, you'll notice I'm running a stock race here. Here's how you can create your own. Price alerts, I use price alerts on our charts all the time. If you do want to create your own watch list of stocks you want to follow, here's how you do it. A lot more information in the user guide, of course, like any other user guide. Yeah, I don't have to learn everything that's in the guide. And getting started. Now, daily support. Today is Thursday. It should be Steve again, Steve Gomez again. I know he was in the room yesterday. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern. Look at eFresh on the move. I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern, and Steve should be taking over for me again today. Sometimes he and Andy switch, but I'll confirm. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. If you if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section. So here are the scans that I'm currently sharing. Okay, you can take a look at them, and that's the scan right there, the 10-day daily breakout. That don't repeat. I use this like a watch list. Okay, so sometimes they set up, I get an alert early, and they don't move in the direction I anticipate. Just put a price alert at the alert and see if it happens later on in the day, or maybe it's pulled back to a certain level. Oh boy! I hope some of you got the eFresh guys. And look at the VKTX. My goodness, yeah, it's right through that 70 mark. Great earnings play, VKTX. So it must have been an IRA. He was trying to trade in his IRA, PJ, and that's where he had the notice that popped up. Maybe Bjorn, that's all I can think of. Because you're the only one. I'm checking to see if we're getting other emails from customers, and we're not getting anything like that. So yeah, maybe your version is corrupted or something. I would download the beta anyway. Okay, go to the beta, download the beta. It's fine. Like 0.95 is still fairly old, so just download the beta. Wow, VKTX is severe rippage, guys. Look at this. Next high is 72.36. So still has but 70 cents away from that high. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, guys. So just a sort of a brief introduction into what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, so I like to demonstrate Trade Ideas power by taking a look at this momentum scan. Again, this is on my homepage. You can have this scan exactly the way it is here. If I right click on it and I click on configure, and you can see VKTX is constantly making new highs. So if I click on the summary, so this is what the scan is looking for. So this is the screening aspect of the scan. Okay. So there are a lot of screening programs out there. Nothing wrong with a pure screening program. But if you're looking to take it to the next level, you want real time alerts. This is the program for you. Okay. So in this scan, what I'm looking for here is stocks between $1 and $100, and the current volume is at least three, meaning it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. This is why I call a momentum scan. The stock volume in the last minute was at least 1,000% of normal, and in 5 minutes it's 400% of normal, etc., etc. Meaning, if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real time alert. So that's why we're seeing any, and you see VKTX every time it made a new high. You can see it started, and the NUKK. So that's why we're seeing any at 10:20 plus 46 seconds. So quite a minute ago. So that's the last time any stock met these filter requirements. I made a new high for the day. These are all real time alerts you're seeing. And there it goes. There's, man, there's the quantum scape. Okay, QS. So if you like the scan the way it is, you can have it. If you want to make some changes, you can, of course. Maybe you don't like the price range. Maybe you have a filter that you like, want to add. Maybe you want to take one of these out. That is completely up to you. This is what I like to see. It doesn't have to be exactly what you want to see. Okay. Want to build your own scan from scratch? You can do that, of course. The very top here, these are all the real time alerts that we've got. The very top, the two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But as you can see, as I scroll down, all these icons represent other real-time alerts that we've got. And if I keep scrolling down, these filters represent, or these icons represent the filters that we have. So again, if you're looking at this for the first time, just like the user guide, don't get hung up on all these, like thinking, man, way too complicated. How am I supposed to learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. Okay. The only reason there are so many, and I hope this makes perfect sense. Instead of having to learn a programming language, a complicated programming language, the company decided that what they would do is create all these different real time alerts and all those different filters, so that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them, they give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. And it's really that simple. So you don't have to learn them all. Personally, I only use the new high and the new low of the day. That's it. Okay, and just a handful of the filters. That doesn't mean that the rest of these are no good. It just means that for my trading style, that's all I need. Your trading style may be different though, and you can scroll down, and you see something that you're familiar with, you can try it. But don't get hung up and saying, "Well, I don't know what this means. What the heck is a check mark?" First of all, if you do want to find out some of these things just out of curiosity, all you have to do is click on it, left click on it, and then click on help. And that'll take you to our user guide and it'll explain it. But you don't have to learn them all, okay? So again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Yeah, I do see the drug is over. I don't think I had an alert on it. I actually have a thumbnail. Drug is over 50 again. Yeah, go ahead. Ustinoni, go ahead if you have a question. It's a pretty low float for this ACIC, only 23 million in the float. Interesting. Well, you always need a broker, Fustinoni. You always need a broker to trade. Okay, you can trade from within Trade Ideas only if you have an E-Trade or an Interactive Brokers account. It's not necessary though. I mean, I don't trade from within Trade Ideas, but your real question is, you do need a brokerage account. Now you're in Italy, I think you said, so you might want to take a look at Interactive Brokers. But yeah, you do need a brokerage account outside of Trade Ideas. Now, there's a way in which you can link to that account and then kind of trade from within, but you don't have to. I don't. We have a what's called an external linking tool. So you can see I have established a link. I have established a link with Interactive Brokers. What that means is when I click on a symbol, it loads into my Interactive Brokers platform, and from there I trade it. Okay, but you definitely need a broker's. We're not a broker. In this external linking tool, okay? So we just have an external linking tool. So if you become a subscriber, you click on tools, external linking, and you click on this ad. I mean, I'm not going to go over it now because you don't have it, but you click on add link and then you follow the instructions. And I'm linked to Interactive Brokers as an example. The linking means this: when I click on a symbol, it loads into the platform, okay, into my Interactive Brokers platform, and from there I trade it. Now, there's a way in which you can actually trade from within Trade Ideas, linked to your Interactive Brokers. But it's not. I don't do it. Let me see where the. Okay, using this called Brokers Plus, and you just link to Interactive Brokers. Okay, and then you can use this. You still need a broker though. Then you can actually use this to trade if you want. Okay, this is from within Trade Ideas, and then it links to Interactive Brokers, and you can then trade from within. When I demonstrate this, I'm demonstrating its use as a simulator. You know, it uses our real-time data, so it's not but I don't use this to trade from within Trade Ideas. I don't find it has any advantage for me to do that. Well, I just showed you. I just showed you. Okay. You would establish your link, and then if you wanted to, you'd click on a symbol. The symbol would load. Okay, you see how the symbol loads. You pick how many shares you want to trade, and then you could trade and then you could trade this linked into your Interactive Brokers account. There's nothing really. Well, that's exactly what I'm in the simulator. Again, I you click on a symbol. So let's say I clicked on TC, the symbol loads. I can pick how many shares either from this drop down menu or type in exactly what I want. Let's just do 500 shares. Here's the bid ask. Click buy, send it. So if you were connected to your Interactive Brokers, then you would see the trade right here. Okay, this is in the simulator that I did this. Okay. I just don't find it like a massive advantage for me to do it that way. Again, understand that I have, that link is established, so it's showing up in my order entry in Interactive Brokers, and from there I trade it. But it's up to you. You want to establish the link, but you need an IB account. Well, I'm something. I don't know about the best, but I am something. PR guys, look at this room it's got. Look at this. Look at the room this has got. A very low float, 1.9 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet. And you can kind of see if it can take out six. I don't know if there's any news on this one. Yeah, the company trading higher after the company entered into an agreement with. All right, well, there is some news with Alexion, AstraZeneca for a worldwide license. So there is some news on this one. MNPR, excuse me, up 25%. I'll stick an alert just a little over six because it might struggle to get through six, but if it does, then the next high is up over $7 for MNPR on the weekly chart anyway. What was the ratio on this reverse split draw? Just well, maybe I can find it. Oh, thank you, Jeremy. Okay, 8 to 1. Thank you very much. In our YouTube room, thank you, because I'm going to have to let our guys know it's incorrect. So that float is about a little over. Well, that original float is correct at 9.3 million. To divide that by eight, so a little over 1 million now. Man, look at this move for VKTX. It's astonishing, really, guys. This is on earnings. I mean, it hasn't. There's been no let up yet. All right, so the MNPR now briefly got above six. Okay, briefly. Ah, boy, I've just got to pay more attention. So there was the alert CLS at 64.88, 67 now. Okay, now I did have the drop, the dip, and I just forgot to put my price alert back at that level. This is the one I was kind of thinking might have a more of a gentle move all day long, like the GM. couple of days ago, and the what was the LRN yesterday. In fact, let's take a look at LRN. What is it doing? It's a beautiful one yesterday on earnings. Basically, had a just a great run. You can't quite see it, but look at the 15-minute chart. It was just beautifully up. Yeah, the fruit of, I did see this one over and over again in the momentum scan. Vine. No, you're just Penny. You're getting like you better not listen to me in both rooms, otherwise you'll get an echo. Well, you probably know that. Missed missed the MNPR. I was trying to get it around 608 and it just popped on me. So I missed out on that. Yeah. Well, just click on my homepage link and you'll see it there. Okay. Fustinoni right here. Okay. So click on my homepage link. I just put it there underneath you and you'll see it right there. So there's my promo code you can use. Okay. The Barry 15. Okay. Appreciate that. Boy, that MNPR guys, that really worked well without me, unfortunately. Trying to get it at 6:0, right on that alert there, right over 6, and it just popped on me. So if you did take it, remember the next high on the weekly chart is about a little over $7. So I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that is the next high in the weekly chart. Lot of action today, guys, as always. See if there's any news for Vine. Great relative volume, 10 times normal. And let's see if there's any new. I can't see any news on this one, Vine. In fact, I have to back this out and see where is the next high in the monthly chart. Wow. All right. So the next high in the monthly chart is last February. The high was 2. Mm. Hopefully, some of you guys got the MNPR guys. Hopefully. I mean, that was just an awesome break when it broke over 6. I mean, it had I call it some eye-catching news. And look at the float, only 1.9 million. Look at the volume. Look at the volume that came in here. And I'm not part of it. Yeah, shorts dried up for me also at Interactor Brokers for the fun, PHUN. At that time, at the 12 level, there were some shorts, but not anymore. Wow, unbelievable. Look at this MNPR now. What a great move off 6. Now coming, right into that potential resistance area, 718. Let's see what happens at 718. and it just got halted. So where did I find it? It was right here. Oh, wait a minute. It's probably down here too. I'm sure it was right here in the momentum scan, right here in the race. Many, many, many places you could have seen MNPR. Not in the 10-day daily breakout because the relative volume is not high enough. Oh man, I cannot believe the move on this VKTX on earnings. It was a $10 move right now from where I first started talking about it. Look at the potential open of this. Okay, so this, excuse me, this is MNPR. This is a little more typical. This is a Nasdaq stock, so it's a little more typical in this right-hand column. So there's the halt, 713. You can't see the symbol, but it is MNPR. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay. And so there's your halt price. This column is giving you a glimpse as to where it could open. Doesn't have to open at 7:45. Again, typically they are 5-minute halts. So if it is, it'll open at 10:45 plus 42 seconds. And if you're in this one, it's looking good for a pop out of the halt. All right, what's happening with iHeart? IHRT. IHRT. Not a low float, not a low float. 142 million in the float. It's showing up on the momentum scan, but when you look left, to me, there might be too much resistance between here and two. So becomes a non-event for me. So if you're wondering why did I bring it up, because I didn't know, didn't know until I looked at the chart. So you're talking about Carvana. So I guess the other question is, well, how much does he still have left? Because it's hard for me to read that, but how much does the guy still have left? The CEO. What a move. Yeah, what a move. What a, multi 2-month move from 140 to 200. So he's got still millions left. Yeah. So I never begrudge anybody from selling. Who knows why? I mean, I'd be too. I'm sure he was getting dumped on when it was a $5 stock or less. Wall Street was laughing at him. Who's laughing now? Well, there's Lightbridge. So Lightbridge is not moving with I don't know if the rest of them are moving, the NNE and SMR and OKLO. This is not moving with them. Well, I'm gonna I won't say any bad words, but look at this. Look at this on that sixth break now for MNPR. That is one big wow. Really didn't see this in the pre-market. This news was in the pre-market, I'm sure. There's 7:29. So yeah, I mean this is Eastern time, of course. So all this news was in the pre-market, and it did have a bit of a move, but I guess the move was not enough that I saw it on my pre-market actives up. But look at this move. That is one big wow. Yes, it is. Yeah, TC is still looking interesting. I mean, it's pulled back a little bit from the highs. I don't see any news on this one. It's the China stock, low flow China stock. Don't see any news on it. Well, guys, look at INDV. This is interesting. I mean, there's room underneath. This is an earnings play. It is basically it's still mild, it's still positive, but really starting to give it up. And it is an earnings play. INDV. A lot of shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers, 650,000. It's the VWAP 923. So it broke down through the VWAP earlier, right around here. Kind of waiting on this one, guys. I want to see if it gets into the 80s, 880s. Okay. I might take this short. There's a little bit of room underneath. Percentage wise, that's not bad. See if it gets close to the close of yesterday, which is 40 cents away. I'm talking about the INDV. Oh, it's just not moving. What's the volume? 1.9 times normal, 359,000 shares. It's very low, pretty low for a stock that has released earnings today. I think I'll forget about it. All right, VRAX from yesterday, VRAX, it's got as high as 361, pulled all the way back down, closed at 254. So it's above the close of yesterday, but it is now still has room to 364 to the next high. Excuse me, on the daily chart. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but I know it had some news on it. This was yesterday's news, rising sharply on a distribution agreement. Excuse me. Oh my goodness. I'm now getting a little sick now on this MNPR. Holy smoke. You know what? And there was never any pullback. And all these halts, and it kept moving higher after every single halt. So hopefully, and there's it just got halted again. Hopefully some of you took that. I'll give you my mailing address. Wow. It's amazing how that is sort of a delayed reaction though, wasn't it? It went from 5 to 6, which is a nice percentage move. Don't get me wrong, but it was really a kind of a delayed reaction to the news. And all of a sudden, right at what time was that? At 10:30, little pop really was a 10:35 5-minute candle, and that just exploded it. Mahal, let's see, in our YouTube room, questioning or wondering of a Peggy, PEGY. Saw that one in the pre-market. I don't know. It's pretty. It's still up for the day. It did hit in the pre-market. It got all the way up here, 642. That's a pretty big pullback. To me, it might get really going if it gets out over 464. Well, Captain, I have okay, listen, if every single C-suiter is selling and in big chunks, fine. But if they still own millions, I would never begrudge anybody from selling. Okay, especially stock that's gone from 5 to $200. Other reasons for selling, and now if it's everybody, okay, but if there's an individual, who knows why they're selling? They have kids going through college, they're trying to buy a new house, multiple alimony payments. I don't know. I don't usually begrudge anybody from selling, but that's my opinion. Well, but you're saying why should we buy if they're all selling? Right? And I agree. If it's a mass selling, fine. I do agree. But a stock that's done what it's done, I actually look more at insider buys than I look at insider sellings, unless it's mass. You see every C-suite are just dumping their shares, of course. But look at this, guys. This is a little bit strange. Normally, how many times? This is about the third or fourth halt. Usually, what we have found is maybe on the third halt is when we start to get the drop. Eventually a lot of profit taking happens. But look at this. The potential open is 970. It's halted at 917. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. I'm not looking at any of the. I'm not looking at the insider buys, Michael, or the sells. If I wanted to, I'd probably go to Finviz. Okay, Captain is has got all that information, but I don't look at it actually. But we don't have that information. We have percentage of ownership, but we don't have, the actual when people are selling and buying. All right, guys, get ready. LQR, pretty parabolic right now, but it did pop over a dollar. Announced its first shipment of all right tequila, SWOL tequila. Okay, so LQR, and if you look left on a monthly chart, where could this thing go? Monthly is ooh. So this obviously did a bunch of reverse splits. This was never a stock that was up at $300, so it must have done a bunch of reverse splits. That is reverse split adjusted. Hard for me to see where these next highs are. Okay, a dollar. Let's see if I can find anything that's there's a high of 245, 156, 143, and maybe 143. That might be the next high or so for LQR. Okay, the next person that mentions that MNPR won't stop is banned from the room forever. Okay, I'm kidding you, Jeremy, in our YouTube room. Oh my! Yikes! I cannot believe this. $13 now potential. I refuse to believe it's going to open here, but oh my gosh, it is remarkable to see this sort of action, guys, on all these halts and no pullbacks yet at all. No, I'm kidding you, Jeremy. I'm just kidding you, of course. But have you ever heard about salt and a wound? Oh, I have no idea if it's a short squeeze. I don't really care. I mean, I'm not trying to belittle what you're asking. This is in our YouTube room. Is it a short squeeze? If I said it was, does it matter? You know what I mean? Does it really matter? But I have no idea. I mean, the short float, we have 6.3%. Yeah, it's a low float. I mean, it's not like a massive amount of shorts in it, but if I told you yes, it is, what difference is it going to make? If I said no, it isn't. But again, I don't know if that is 6.3% is enough. 12. Bjorn, 12. So LQ is coming into the 200-day moving average also right above it. Okay, so that could stop it. Yeah, I don't know, PJ. I mean, it's a question we get asked a lot, and I'm great, Scott. I'm not belittling what you asked. Okay, um, if you told me it was a short squeeze, it would not have, whether it is or not. I mean, you just trade what you see. It's not going to make any difference to me labeling it. Wow, look at the LQR now, guys. Well, through the 200-day moving average now. I wish I had a better feel for where this 112, 119. I'm trying to see these highs. 143 is the next high, okay, on the monthly chart. Okay, guys, I'm back. I just had a little bite to eat. So I'm back. And yeah, the LQR, I mean, it's got room on the monthly chart anyway to about 140 odd, 148 perhaps. Not saying it's going to get there, but and it's a relatively low float. Well, it's low float, but not the crazy, crazy, crazy ones that are under a million. But okay, it's got to hold that 120 might get me in. Okay, it gets back up to that 120 for the LQR. Give me a moment, guys. All right. Well, it is not. It is really starting to drop now. So I have an alert set around the 118 level. We'll see if it gets back up there. Now it's through the VWAP again. I'm talking about the LQR. On to the next one, PLG, the Platinum Group. Okay, next high, very close to that on the monthly chart anyway, 207. Yeah, it looks like this LQR is going to get halted on the way down. Just got halted on the way down. So hopefully nobody got trapped in this one. LQR just got halted on the way down. You're right. It did show up on the 10-day daily breakout at 10. Yeah. Now the problem is, I look left. I'm not going to take it because the next high is too close. And also 8 could stall it. If it gets through 8, maybe I'll take it. I know it's also an AI alert, but look left. The next high is 792 3 months ago. So I might look at it if it gets over 8, but I'm not going to take it now. Ah, this this even showed up on the 10-day daily breakout right here at 999, the MNPR. Still would have been good. I didn't even see that. I think that's when I went downstairs. Wow. Crazy. Taking a break, Iris. Jamie. Ah, man, oh man, look at this move. Again, it's not so much the move that is astonishing to me. Is that every time it gets hot, there's not hasn't been any pullback. Now this could finally be it because look at that, 1387. Nope. I was going to say. I mean, right now, 1388 is so. I mean, every other halt you've seen a quite a big number above the halt price. But right now, we're not seeing that a huge number above. And you know what? The thing is that because of the way it traded, you didn't have to. I mean, I would have taken some off, believe me, but you didn't have to. There was never any move down. Well, 11:14, guys. So in about 45 minutes, I don't know if it's going to be Steve today or Andy. I'm just going to do a confirmation who's going to take over for me in about 45 minutes in our YouTube room. Okay, Steve. Yeah. 2 shows sold out. Yeah. So it'll be Steve again in our YouTube room. Okay. Okay, guys. So LQR came out of the halt. Now it didn't collapse. It did not collapse. It's still hanging around the dollar mark. So I don't know. Maybe there's a glimmer of hope later, but it's going to have to get through that 200 day moving average again. Okay, let's take a look at CRVS over a dollar. I wish that weren't there. I mean, the next high is not that far away. 834 CRVS. Let's see. Is there any news? They filed yesterday. I'm not going to be able to read all this, but entered into a definitive agreement. Okay, something to do with the release, et cetera, et cetera. So that happened after hours yesterday. Okay, that was released after hours, and that is for the CRVS. Okay, now LQR is dropping under a dollar. Okay, so I'm just going to forget about it. So my guess is that it's finally going to have a drop. We're not seeing a big there we go. There's the drop. So there's the first drop after a halt that we're seeing for the MNPR. And the reason I could, and then now we're getting another one. So now lots of profit taking, guys. And you could kind of tell because again, when we saw that halt price of 1388 and we saw the potential open was basically the same as opposed to all the other halts where we saw a halt price and we saw the potential open was quite a bit above the halt price, you could kind of get a feeling that maybe that was it. And that was it. But it certainly was fun while it lasted for those of you who took it. Okay, so if this ADT does break over eight, let me back this monthly chart out. And where could it keep going? Yeah, so we've got a high of 892. So yeah, a break of eight. Then you've got a high of 892 on the monthly chart anyway. That's back in February of last year. So there certainly would be room. Okay. But right now, for me, it's got to break eight. It's a big float also. I was just thinking to myself, it's not really moving that much. And now I'm looking at the float, 350 million in the float. So that is one reason why it's not moving that much. Ugh. Cheetah net supply chain. So what in the world happened to this one? Now, this is no way this was a I mean, it's all I think anyway. I don't think this ever got up to $235. Probably that is reverse split adjusted. Now the only thing is that's still a pretty big float, 27 million for it to have done some reverse split. So I don't know what the story is. The next high looking left is 472 on the monthly chart. So now we can see it better on a yeah. So 450 there. So there is some room. This week's high is four. Basically, was up here this morning or earlier today. I got up to about four, and that is for the CTNT. LSF is parabolic. Okay, I don't see that one. Is it under a dollar? No. Laird Superfood. I'm not saying it because the volume is a little light for most of my scans, 157,000 shares. But yeah, I mean it's just kind of, as you say, a little bit parabolic right now. Buru. Okay, you guys are talking about Buru, Buru. I don't see it. Ah, under a dollar. Okay. Was it a reverse split today? Okay. Thank you. CTNT, one for 16. Okay. Thank you. That means that there are going to be less than 2 million in the float. If that float number is right, 27, so divide that by 16, so less than 2 million in the float. Well, it's they're this. Okay, Charlie asked, is the main room different? It's different in that there's more action. Okay, there are a lot more traders in there. That's all. So if you're looking for more interaction amongst traders, then come into the main room. Just click on my homepage link and click on the trading room. Okay, click on the trading room. If you scroll up to the very top, right up here, trading room. Okay. Yeah, that is pretty dirty. I agree. Dirty action on the LQR. That is really look at a tale of two. I mean, compare that with the MNPR, right? Wow. Okay. I think somebody might have mentioned UPXI earlier, but look at this. I mean, look at the room this has got. Problem is, again, hardly any volume, 121,000 shares. You can tell it doesn't trade very much, right? Because that 121,000 shares represents 7 times normal. So, I mean, it doesn't trade very much. But man, look at the room it's got on that weekly chart. Next high is way up here at almost $11. So, some volume did come in and it's halted now. And where is it going to open? Oh, look at this. Look at this potential open. 573. Is this the first halt for it today? Looks like it. Well, no big clue, Bjorn. 12.98 is the halt. 12.99. So again, no big clue. I mean, it's certainly not looking like it's going to open above the halt price. But who's your broker, Bjorn? I mean, I'm always amazed that other brokers don't have the same thing. Something like this. This is Interactor Brokers. I mean, I don't mind showing this, but I'm always amazed that all brokers don't have something like. Well, why don't you just load this? You should load this. Time and sales. Time and sales. Okay. Just do a search on time and say. Well, you don't even have to do a search. If you click on file, well, okay, file, and then click on new window, and then a big box pops up, and you'll see time and sales. And I only picked the. I don't know what multi instrument means, but I just picked time and sales. Okay, then you don't have to rely on me. Why did IonQ gap up this morning? Well, I'll see if I have any news on it. If I don't, yeah, I don't know. I have no news on it. Not an earnings play. Has earnings on the 6th. See if there's anything yesterday. I mean, well, okay. After hours. I mean, I don't know if this is the reason, but after hours, this popped up, and so after hours, not a huge reaction, but this is some after hours news. I have no idea if that was the reason. Doesn't look like it should be, but I have no other news on IonQ. There you go. PJ dug up some information. Ooh, sorry about that. I am on mute. I am on mute. Sorry about that. So yeah, so the DALN just showed up on my momentum scan. Not a lot of volume yet, but it is moving. Spread isn't terrible. The next high in the monthly chart is 567. Yeah, boy, that you're right though. That is one of the more miserable things we've seen on the LQR. I mean, not only did it give up its gains, it's actually gone negative now for the day. I mean, that's just brutal. No, I was waiting for this. It had dropped down to about 114, and I was going to take it if it got back over 120. Didn't happen. All right, ALGS is on the move here, guys. Showing up on the momentum scan. Wow, look at that pop here. 790 to 840 ALGS. Well, look at this on the monthly chart. I mean, the high this month looks like around 9. Okay. And then after that, the high last month was 1960. I don't know what happened here, but something must have happened. We're seeing some stocks with some great potential moves on weekly and monthly charts. So if I look at the weekly chart, so I think it's a little now 980. So 980 on the weekly chart is the next high. A 15-minute halt. You're right. 11 22s or yeah. So it must have got halted right after that. Oh, wow. Well, it's not over, is it? It's not over. I mean, if this opens anywhere close to 15, I mean that the high looks like around 14. Amazing. All right, guys. So Steve is going to take over for me again today. He filled in for me yesterday and filling in again for me today in about 24 minutes. Okay, at noon when I take my break. There's UPXI. Uh, look at the. We've got some unbelievable pulse resumes today. Just be prepared for another halt right there. You can always tell, I mean, if you get a, I know, there's no way it's going to open it, but if you take a look at the bid ask and it's not moving, and it's a stock that is obviously so volatile, but you don't see it moving, you almost 100%, 99.99% is going to get halted there. And there's our float, yeah, 760,000 or so. Meanwhile, I'm in this boring ADT. So LSF, that's somebody mentioned earlier, and I clicked on it, and but the volume's starting to pick up. I mean, here it is. I think when we looked at it last, it was about 110,000, maybe. It had just broken over 100. So since we talked about it, 100,000 have come in, and it is now. Look at trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any news on it other than the fact they're saying they're going to report their third quarter in November, but that big deal. Yeah, I don't see any specific news on it right now for LSF. Well, ADT is putting me to sleep. I mean, I love the fact that it just broke over 8 a little bit, but just not moving. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'm just going to do one thing. All right, well, a little bitty move for ADT. Just want to see it clear this 8 in a bigger way. Volume is good. I mean, 12 million shares, 10 times normal, earnings play. So I'm just looking at that, that volume bar right there. All right. Wow, look at that. On flipping believable, guys. Look at this now. $17 for MNPR. So yeah, there was some profit taking, but that didn't last. Unbelievable. And now it's going to get halted again. And of course it did. 1707. Now, it's not projecting a big open over 1707. So again, maybe this will drop. Unbelievable. Good volume. I mean, liquid enough. 2.8 million shares have traded, and the spread has always been reasonable. For a stock that moves that much. What did they do again? Yeah, again. Well, they had some news. I mean, this licensing deal. with AstraZeneca from their AstraZeneca's unit, Alexion. But you know, when you look at it, a rare genetic condition. So, I mean, the market is probably not big, but doesn't matter. That's the news, and it's moving. Well, the superfood's moving still. LSF is still moving. Now, look at that spread. I mean, this spread is a lot worse. 7, 7, 16. I need a break from watching MNPR. It's just amazing. But there, look at this. Look at the potential now. 20, 20. US stock also. I'm looking at where I tried to buy it at 606, 606, 607. Excuse me, and it just ran. Well, there was we talked about this, under Zoc. I don't know if you're. Excuse me, just give me a moment. I don't know if you're just joining the room now, but I was talking about this one right here. Okay, it popped up on my momentum scanner, and it was just under. And I said, okay, you know what? I want to know when it breaks six, and so that you can see right there is when it broke six, and I was all set to take the trade. Well, we were talking about it, so now I guess I could have chased it. I could have chased it. I could have chased it. It all would have worked, but I just can't do that. All right. Well, ADT is giving me a little bit anyway. Excuse me. LSF guys. I mean, this could be another one that's just going to go bananas. I mean, a low float, not very much volume yet, still. But you remember when we saw it last, it was 100,000 shares or just over. There's another one that just got halted, guys. AGFY, and that got halted on the way up. And there's the UPXI. Oh, boy, there's some an amazing halts resumes today. Amazing. So, guys, you know how many? I mean, you can see it down here, the UPXI. You can see it here. You can see LSF here. I don't think you'll see it here. I think the volume still is a little light for it to show up in this scan. And then there's the MNPR here, here. No, okay. UPXI actually showed up now on my 10-day daily breakout. Do I dare? Do I dare? And I think the reason it's late on it is because not because it's not a 10-day. I mean, obviously it was 10 days back here, but the volume might have been a little light at the beginning. Yeah, I need 500,000 shares in that scan. So my guess is that, you can see what happened right there is where it finally broke above 500,000 shares. But I'm not doing anything with that one right now anyway, because I'm going to be taking my break and, I cannot never just wander away from it. Oh, here's another one. We're going crazy on the halts resumes today. INHD just got halted on the way up. And the next high looking left is 522. Where could it open? Had a big clue, but 433. Okay, ADT. Well, you're making me a little bit of money now. Okay, I'm in at 802, so nothing massive, but still. I wanted to wait for that 8 break, and I did. Wow, the PHUN. Wow. Again, CEO leaves unplanned. Now there's some shares available. So there's been short covering now at Interactive Brokers with the PHUN because there's about 5,000 now available, whereas there weren't any before. So there is some are covering their shorts, I guess. And the next low looking left, I'm not going to do it now. It's too parabolic for me to want to do it now. But if you're in this one on a short, the next low is $9 approximately. Yesterday's or 2 days ago, the low. Okay, guys, what I'm going to do now is put the announcement up here. I'm not gone until Steve shows up, of course, but I'll just put the announcement up. Steve is taking over for me again today in our YouTube room. Oops. All right, and then the next step is in our main room. I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So, double dose of Steve Gomez this week. This is his normal time, but he was also in yesterday. Okay, guys, let's see now. I'm just waiting again for Steve, another 7 minutes or so before he shows up. Well, broken record, but I gotta pay more attention now to the breakdowns. Look at the buy on. I mean, 730 on the alert, and now it's at 664. That is a great percentage move down. Let me take a look at some of the other carrier. I think is an earnings play, 740. 740 or 74.59 down from that. Nutella, I know, was down at one point, 1670. Yeah, I mean, it got down to 1551. We already looked at the Bion. Love, another airline, 29.95. What did it do? Yeah, I mean, it got down to 29.30. These are Teslas. And then GTX 719. What did it do? So that actually moved higher. But look, I mean, but we have some really nice ones here too on the breakdowns, not just the ones on the breakouts. So again, I'm sharing both those scans. Just go to my homepage and go to the scan section, and you'll see them there. I'm using the don't repeat version of each one of them. You don't have to. If you want to use the repeating version, this would be the idea though. You would see the stock over and over and over again. This is not the same scan, of course. So you would have seen MNPR over and over and over again in this scan. Okay. Like you're seeing it here. I just choose to have the don't repeat version. So I can I can go back in time and see, okay, what happened? You know, at 9:31, we had an alert to go long, AAL. I said right off the bat, I didn't like it because I don't like the airlines at all. Trying to go long all day. Okay, guys, again, I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. Probably do a reboot of Trade Ideas, you know, when I'm off, when I'm taking my break. We'll get a fresh top 10 list here. For me, a win on the ADT would be something, you know, in the mid teens. You know, like 814, 815, if I could get into that area. I mean, I'd love it to go a lot further, but the DALN, I just see, made another new high. The Dallas News just made a new high. So here's a situation that I'm finding right now today with Interactive Brokers. I'm looking at my order entry, and there's a lag. There's a little lag in my order entry compared to the time in sales. I don't know if you're finding that too, but every now and then I usually I see it at the beginning of the day sometimes. So for instance, when this was 11, 811, 11, 812, I was looking and it was saying 809, 810. Okay, LearnQuest. If you want to get an account, go. Oh, sorry, wrong one. Sorry, don't click on that alert. Now, Steve might be here. I don't think he's in the room yet, but I'll give you a link, okay? Not that. Don't look at that one. The YouTube link, obviously. So click on my homepage link, LearnQuest. Okay, click on my homepage link. Just one moment, Steve. I'm just helping this gentleman out who's in YouTube right now. So if you click on my homepage link and just wait for the need help. Okay. So click on the need help. Okay. When you do that, click on the chat and then give them your email address and ask your questions so they can look up your account. Okay. LearnQuest. And
Sorry.
okay, guys. So Steve just showed up in our YouTube room now. So I'll put myself on mute in our main room. We'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And now I can introduce you again for your double action this week, Steve. Yeah.
I'm back. Hello
You're
again.
back. And
2 nights.
Actually, you sound more energetic today.
It's been a much easier day. I can tell you that.
I can
in
tell.
terms of just across the board. Yeah. I'm not as brain dead as I usually am at this time of day.
Now, Steve, I know that you took 10,000 shares of MNPR, and so you really don't have to do this. You can quit Trade Ideas right now.
No, but I simulated it. So,
oh my gosh.
what am I going to say? A big pen here. I was just telling Andy and actually just my wife, I was just showing her the money machine, what all the excitement's about. And I said, this is it's not even sim mode. It's just concept. This is a concept P&L right here. So what we've got to do is back into the trades, look at the spreads, and granulate all that stuff. But if this is half as good as the concept is, I told Andy, I'll be on a green screen all day long, talking about this stuff all day long because it's pretty exciting, but I don't want to get ahead of myself. So,
well, not even talking about it. You'll be doing the trades.
I'll be turning it on. Yeah.
Yeah. You'll be turning it on. You don't have to show.
By the way, that was only 5,000 allocation per trade.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to go in, I'll turn it off. But if I go into my settings, 851 shares apparently is $5,000 worth of that stock. And so you're never putting more than 15,000 at risk in this simulation concept here, but very early, we'll see how it pans out.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Steve. Well, I'll take off now. We'll see you in about an hour. Thanks for telling me again.
Okay. All right. See you. All right. Hello, everybody. I'm back. And I want to just say for every time we come on here, whoever has been maybe sitting or sent here by the support team, if you need help with something specific, you have the priority. Otherwise, I just start rambling. I noticed the NASDAQ trying to sell off earlier. And then what happened is there's just a buyer in this market that doesn't allow much to the downside. And so that was short-lived. Certainly noteworthy. All right. Hello. Email. Hello, Anderzak. Appreciate your work. Thank you. You guys, you found the right spot. There's no charge for this room. And, we're not giving out, well, Barry's looking at stocks, but he's not giving out picks and ideas. And it's not like a room where you come and just try to mirror the host. That never works out well. But because of Trade Ideas, we're able to come in here for 1 hour every day at noon, whether it's myself or Andy or Chris. Now, you come in and get some free advice from somebody I've been literally trading since 1995. I was a property manager and I had a side account. And so I was kind of doing both. And then in 98, that property sold and I had a nice nut. And that's where I started day trading, driving to an office. And yeah, same here. Thank you for the knowledge. You're welcome. Yeah, we both have two different types of knowledge for sure. Barry is a day trader and doesn't take risk home overnight. And I'm happy to take risk home overnight, although I'll talk about that right now. I'm not happy to take it home overnight right now. If you were here yesterday, I was kind of talking about my apprehension just my spidey sense, as I said, it's been almost 30 years of watching price jump up and down and trying to navigate. I've done the buried day trading thing, but I stopped doing that around 2007 when the algorithms came in. I just didn't like the noise that the algorithms did. And I also had a second income again. And when you have a second income, swing trading just kind of works perfectly with that time frame. So that's where I am now. But I'm happy to always look at any charts you guys are in. And if you dare tell me if you're in it or not and what your price is, I can kind of help you manage your risk a little better. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I can tell you what to look out for. If you were here yesterday, I only used a couple of simple moving averages. My daily, I've got the 10 SMA. The red is the 20. And the blue is the 50. And over here in the 15-minute chart, I've just got a 5-day moving average and a 10 candle, 10 SMA. Okay, well, let's bring back up the money machine. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to open a second tab, see if I can do that. All right, yeah, I'm logged in. Okay, so let's go to mine. Is this one still updating? Yes. Okay, so now what I'm going to talk about is, today's biggest gainers change in the last 30 minutes. These are all moonshot stocks. I did, however, just check the spread. I was curious, on MNPR. My concern was that it'd be a wide spread, but it's not. It's a 1-cent spread, which is really good for a stock like this with an automated system that's, remember, to be built. It's coming. It's not built yet. We're just in the concept phase right here. Hang on one second. My allergies are getting me. I'm going to take an allergy pill. I'll be right back. One sec. Okay, so where I was going with this was change from the last 30 minutes on the day. This thing is going to switch around a lot. And I think your question is, how can I effectively use the money machine? Well, right now, and very soon, everybody's going to have this view. Great Scott. It's essentially a really simple strategy. You look over here. This is Trade Ideas 1.0. These are top lists. And then the top lists became tree maps, an easier way to see the grouping and the weighting. And those tree maps have become an automated concept. There's nothing automated right now, but it's a concept of taking these scans. You see, we've got a menu here. You can choose from any of these pre-selected menus. Again, this is all coming soon. And the idea is we're going to build a automated system for certain brokerages. It would be IBKR, Interactive Brokers, E-Trade, and another one called Alpaca, I think. And they will do the automation for us. We're building out the API to just basically say, look, always keep me in the top 3. And so when you see a shuffle event here, Otazork, it's basically telling you need to sell one and buy another one. So you always want to be in the top 3. And so as we're watching this together, and okay, so MNPR just popped back up, and EFSH. So things can happen quick. And what I'm getting at is it's not designed to be manually copied. You're not going to get the full effect of what we've got here if you're trying to just constantly manually buy and sell stuff. The real benefit is going to come down the road, in 2025, maybe February 2025, where we've already had a couple of months to first simulate it and then go live with some internal live accounts and see exactly how much slippage is involved. But that's why I mentioned earlier this MNPR. I'm looking at the level 2. It's a nice 1 cent spread, and that's exactly what we want to see on a volatile stock like that. So there's a lot of work to be done, but that's the concept. Great Scott and Odezerk and anybody else. We're only in the concept phase. This isn't even sim trading. This is just concept. We've got to move it to the sim trading environment, which starts to actually key off of last price, bid, ask, things like that in a simulated world. And then the step beyond that is to take that and put it in the live market and see if you actually can get in and out and get fills where you expect to get them in sim mode. But I turned this on this morning. And for those that don't know, again, this is $5,000 allocated per square. So there's only $15,000 at work here since the open. And if there's automated trading, it'll work with Alpaca is going to be the best. Not for Barry because he says Canada doesn't have options to it. But the reason Alpaca will be the best is because we need this to be no commission environment. So the problem with Interactive Brokers is when we use their API, there's a slight data charge and there's actual commissions. And so that'll eat up a lot of these profits real quick. So that's one of the reasons we're going to move slowly through the testing process and see what we get. But that's the concept. And you're going to be hearing a lot more about it. And I'll tell you, I don't usually get excited about new products. I usually just kind of adapt. But being on the other side here and seeing support and educators, and the most commonly asked question we get is, can Trade Ideas trade my account for me? I mean, and there's perfectly justified question because the world we live in today is full of nothing but mind-blowing technology that does things for us. So why shouldn't we be able to use technology to trade in the market? Well, it's a little more complicated than that. Our first iteration, was Holly AI, but the problem with Holly AI is, if there is a problem, everybody is chasing the same basket of stocks. So follow me on this concept. I came over here, right? Okay, this is up 516. Same thing, $5,000 risk, 386 now. And I started this with you guys live. But here's the point. EFCH, ATGL, MNPR, EFCTC, not an AG. So my point is, when you start this at different time stamps, each trader might be in a different set of 3. Maybe they might have 1 or 2 overlapping, but there might be a different set. Maybe the trader says, I don't want to do change from the open. I want to do gap. All right, let's run a gap. There we go. 0, refreshed. Now you've got 3 different stocks that nobody else is in over here on the change from the open, change from close, or the momentum waves. So what I'm getting at is, not only is it something that people are asking for, meaning just keep me in the best stocks and do it for me, because that's pretty much what we're all expecting these days. Let's see, good questions. So with the brokerages, I would say Alpaca is going to be the best. And what would the automated be a pro feature? Yeah, it's going to be a premium. You're going to have to be a premium member. And there might even be like an access fee to that on top of premium, where there will be. Right now, it's a waiting list. So we're going to release it slowly. But that waiting list, they're just people that are waiting for it to go live. But we still have to test it. So those are the steps. How would we handle the stops? Well, that's what we're going to figure out in terms of the logic that the developers and coders are writing into. Likely it'll be a market stop, hit the bid. Well, they're not going to be stops necessarily, because Great Scott realized that if you're the number 3 position here, let's go over here. If you're TC and all of a sudden ATGL is going to come up, it's an instantaneous swap, buy and sell. So buy, market, sell. You can, Charlie, you can send us an email, and we're basically tagging people with the Moneymaker waiting list, which will be released at the second tranche. The first tranche is already locked in, 100 people. We're going to do it slowly. So the second tranche is not filling up at all. It's not even been released. But if you send us an email, I'll give you it's info@trade-ideas. info@trade-ideas and just say, please tag my email for future money market waiting list. That's all you got to do. Personally, I kind of hoped that we had maybe been a little bit more under the radar and gotten a little bit more testing done first, but it's very hard to put the reins on our CEO sometimes when he sees something he wants to get out there. So, oh, just a big jump right there in the P&L. That's crazy. We'll see. I'm excited. I'm extremely excited to see how it can work. Even if it's 25% of, this P&L, just because of slippage. Maybe we lose 75 of that 13 grand in slippage in real world. That's still a green day. And it's what people want. You want to get up and go have breakfast and come back and go, what is it? It's exciting, but I'm not going to get over my skis excited. Okay, let's put that down. You'll be hearing more of that, I'm sure, from everywhere. Here's a perfect example there of my 5-day moving average. Just, if I was buying a bounce in this stock, SoundHound, I'd be selling right here because you just have to expect sellers at this 5-day. Seems to be like the gravitational pull. Once it gets a little too far away from it, it always kind of finds its way back. Yes, no pre-market. You're going to lose a lot. We're not going to. We've never allowed people to trade live in pre-market for one reason alone. Likely these are going to be market buys and market sells. You just can't do that in pre-market. There'll be no way to efficiently navigate with limits, and you don't have a way to do it. So without a doubt, I can tell you, it'll be live at the bell. Even that, we're going to be testing. And I might even be looking for, hey, let's sit for 5 minutes before these things deploy. We're going to try all sorts of scenarios before it's polished. No stops in pre-market either, yeah. But again, it's not necessarily going to work on stops. It's just going to be buys and market buy, market sell. So the market sell will happen first, and then instantaneously a market buy will bring up the next stock into that top 3 mix. And they could literally, theoretically, invert again 30 seconds later. But that's why we have to have no commission trading. And that's why this could be a big one for this Alpaca broker, because they allow people to connect commission-free and use auto trading. Yeah, it's literally 20 years in the making. We started off as, I would say, a race car. And these race cars were things like, high-low. This is making new high, and it's happening in real time. Or it would be something like, this top list where you could just sort. These are all my favorite stocks sorted on, red and green, change for the day. There's Tesla, of course, kicking butt. But that still is very spreadsheet grid oriented visually. And we've moved more towards the visual. So that's, the evolution, and from the visual to the automated. So, and somebody's probably wondering, well, can't somebody else do this? And the answer would be no. The answer would be no, because they can't come in here and use these types of real-time filters that we're using. They can't do the type of real-time market scanning that we're doing. They can't automatedly say, hey, I want to automate a strategy that's up, but pulls back on the day and then touches the 10 SMA, which is exactly what this is. There's no competitors out there that can do that. TrendSpider is a screener. You plug in what you want and you hit send, and then you get return. How would handle a Tesla trade from an entry of yesterday? If you're in yesterday, congratulations. I typically don't take things into earnings, even though I was extremely bullish on Tesla. I think I talked about it yesterday. What I would do is probably in your mind load maybe half, and at some point See how the 10 SMA has just jumped up to meet the price today. This is now where the rubber meets the road. I talked a lot yesterday about you bought it. Okay, so you're in options. So you could sell half of your options, but using the common here, the stock is your guide, not what the option prices are doing, using the chart, since you're using options as a vehicle. Since you're using the stock and options as a vehicle, yesterday I talked a lot about my signal. And the signal is the first 15-minute candle that closes, not trades, but closes. So, 11 minutes, if this current candle closed under here, that tells me the momentum is dead. And sometimes, so a lot of times, that's where I'll take some profits. If it's day one, you got a giant gap up, there's probably going to be follow through. Only one long call. Okay. Well, then in your mind, maybe you could just set a mental stop of the open. If it gives back this open, you probably want to take what you can. But I think that's a safe bet of using that level as a benchmark to try and stay in the trade, which is, of course, what we always want to do. So if it does that, you're still in. And the reason you can't sell half because you got one option, I get that. But if you have stock, you have two options, sometimes selling a portion of your stake, it's just really satisfying. It's really satisfying because you're not going through the angst of should I sell, should I keep, should I sell, should I keep. You've satisfied both demons by selling half. And it's amazing what that can do for you. It makes you even stay in longer in the second half, and you can start making more money in the second half. What about shorting the top three? Okay, so great question. Let's bring this up. You're going to like this. Here we go. Let's check in on our other tab here. Let's see if it updates a little bit. It's kind of grinding away midday. So let's go to something called Momentum Waves. Here's another dashboard of pre-configured. Excuse me. So, Great Scott mentioned shorting. Let's say for a moment that you are a multi-million-dollar family fund. And $5,000 a trade is just not really what you're looking for. You're looking more for like $250,000 per trade. Now, that brings up a good point. We can't be jumping in and out of these volatile stocks with $250,000 clips. These guys have to play in a different field. So with that setting, I hope I didn't mess this one up. I probably did. Yeah, I bet I did. No, I did. It's good to know. Testing. So forget the biggest gainers. Look at these P&Ls go crazy because we're allocating 250 grand. That's ridiculous. We can't do that. So what I would do as a giant hedge fund or a family fund, you can grab the S&P 500. Oops, try that again. Drop inside. There we go. S&P 500. Who's doing the best in the S&P 500? Now you've got this relatively, so let's go S&P short. Here's the answer to your question. So now you've got 750 over here and 750 short. You got 1.5 million, half of it going short, the weakest of the S&P 500, and the other half going long, the strongest of the S&P 500. And that's a way to combat making sure that you get a good real-time executions as a big money player. You can't do that in Fun and PHU and some of these other little guys. You can't do that. But you can participate in the S&P 500 because these are big cap names, most of them. The momentum, if you go to channels and then opens up all these channels, momentum waves is about halfway down. So it allows you to just drag and drop certain watch lists. All right, I think I'm caught up on questions. So you can see this one's not as volatile. Even though we're pushing a lot of money around in each trade, it's not as active. You're probably not. There's a change right there on the long side. Nothing on the short side. I'm just watching. So when you see these blue squares move, you know there's going to be a buy and a sell. And obviously, it would be the sell first and the buy second. So margin accounts are going to be needed. There we go. There's a couple of trades. HAS. Is that Hasbro? Yeah. It's done 1.3 million. It's on lows. Yeah, I think this Hasbro could absorb, it's a 9 billion market cap. I think it could absorb a 250,000 clip from a family fund. DJT on highs. That's good news for me. Do we have access to what you were showing? Yes, you should. As far as I know, you should. I don't believe I could be on a dev version, but I don't think I am. TradeIdeas.com. No. Let's try a new tab. So I just go to tradeIdeas.com. All right, where do you go from here? Just go to My Trade Ideas, and that takes you to the dashboard. Ira, see what I just did? I went to tradeIdeas.com. And then I went to My Trade Ideas. That's where you need to go. It's not a channel. It's not in TI Pro. It's a website. And over here, well, these are channels. I stand corrected, but in a different vein. Momentum waves. As far as I know, this is the public site. So, let's see. This is what happens when I took my settings of 250,000 per trade and threw it into the biggest gainers. It was down. Now it's up 16,000. Those are crazy swings. Nobody wants that. But unless I'm mistaken, it should be right here under the channels, momentum waves. That's kind of the paper trading channel being built out. Usual options volume, huh? That's a new one. Okay, thanks, Gregory, for confirming that. High short float is a channel unto itself. That's good. So they're starting to increase some more pre-built ideas in here and then simulate it. Now, as I understand, if I didn't mention it, the next Trade Ideas Pro, these guys right here, I'll be able to have a menu in Windows on the Windows version where I can right click and go in and probably run Momentum Money Machine. And what that allows us to do is literally take not what we're given on the website, right? We're given certain choices, certain channels, certain settings, but as you see, there's no. It's not a stick shift, right? You don't have to go into this window anymore in this mess. Okay. So what'll be nice about getting the Money Machine into the Windows version is I can simulate my custom alerts. And there's no reason people won't be able to do that in the future. Maybe somebody still enjoys driving the stick shift and configuring their own scans. And they back test it and it looks great, but they're just tired of manually trading it. They can start to simulate it as a Money Machine setting. So really, it's all going to come down to the next 4 months, 3-4 months of testing to see how we can set it up so we get the best results. Rum is an interesting one. So I had bought this and then it gapped up, and this was just horrific to watch, but I didn't get out. It's basically I've been in since kind of down here. So I'm underwater a little bit now. I just had a lot of profits just disappear, come and disappear for me. And as I came to find out through Andy, they have a shelf offering, which means at any moment they can pull out their dilution gun for $300 million and raise that capital. We just don't know when or where. And so it becomes kind of a game of, guess where they're going to peg the possible offering. 550, 560, 540. I don't know. I've got a pretty big position because I bought a little bit more down here at 540 earlier. And I'm holding on to it because I mentioned yesterday, there's only a couple of trades I'm in, kind of playing the election as a proxy. So the warrants and the common and Rum, which is Rumble Media, kind of one and the same, a different media, competes with YouTube. I think people might start getting fed up with current media and looking at this if they're content creators, and they're making it pretty appealing for people to come over and make some money. So obviously they need to raise some money to build out more infrastructure to do it the way they want to do it. But when I look at a chart like this, and I'm, again, that's probably my average right there. I'm not that far underwater, but considering it was up here and just keeps getting stretched back, I think this thing's being worked, by the institutions just to make sure that the price is going to be around where it should be when they announce whatever the offering price will be. That's always, a concern of mine, Charlie, because I trade the small caps. Somebody asked me to look at UAVS yesterday. You fall in love with a company like this and you just keep getting beat over the head with reverse splits. At some point, you got to give up, or dilution, whatever. So my point is, small caps have always the potential, but I would say if you're in a small cap, like can't think of one that would come to mind, but maybe a small cap that just ran up like 30%, you better take some off the table, because it's when they run up that they make those offerings. They always kind of have a pretty good run to bring attention to the stock, and then that's a much better environment to drop a secondary into after you've run up 30%. So that's when they kind of hold on to that. Maybe that's what happened with Rum, because it has run up twice and went nowhere. So it's being worked, it's being held down. All I can do, all right, is switch over to the day intraday. And, this was yesterday. We just couldn't get it going. I thought, hey, we're going to bounce here at my moving average. No, we're not. Sellers got a hold of it and they just didn't let it go. And they still haven't let it go. So what I'm looking for, just for peace of mind, is an intraday reversal where this 10 SMA kind of turns and we start getting prices like that. That's what I need to see to kind of maybe make me think that the worst is behind it. When I was really tempted to play the nano nukes this morning, but look at that, what we were just talking about. They got nowhere to go. They can't get underneath on the other opposite side of that oppressive moving average. Now, mind you, it could be close. We could be ready to make a turn there. I don't know. The other one is SMR. Oh gosh, that looks pretty good actually. But that looks really good. Kind of wish I was already in that, maybe with some profit behind me. I'm just a little apprehensive about buying it now. See those last two wicks, every time it got up here, a seller has smashed it back down. I'm just going to stay with my my underlying gut feeling. It's been a really good run in my account, and many times you get complacent and overconfident and you start breaking rules and doing dumb things because dumb things work, and then until they don't work. So I'm trying to avoid that pitfall, and I'm not jumping in and falling in love with stocks midday right now. I'm just kind of sitting with what I got and which is probably about 65, 70% cash. And those three positions, which I'm probably not going to sell until after the election. Maybe we'll see. Warrants. INOQ, very strong company. But it looks like it's getting a little too much. Too many wicks and too much space right there. It's probably going to come back down. I would not start a new position. If you're a trader who looks at a chart like this and says, oh, I need to get into this, you're just basically begging for this pullback that's probably coming. You can only go parabolic for so long. And the longer you're up here, the music starts to run out and you need a healthy pullback. So if you're in this one and you're looking to take profits, I like this perspective, right? As soon as it breaks this, maybe that's a good time to take profits. Ooh, 14 is very strong. That's a big level. So 14 needs to hold 14. Needs to hold 14. And I'll send that in case you need translation. But it's a little frothy up here. It's a little overbought, a little overextended for me. You're welcome. But when I pull out right here, I really see that that solid line. Two of them really. There's two lines. There's 15. Okay, 15, 15, and 15. So that's a pivot. So 15 is your closest pivot, and then 14 is your next pivot. Resistance, support, support. But also need to stay above the 5-day moving average. So hopefully that helps. I don't know where your position is, but that's how I would play. Oh, there goes SMR. The ones I don't chase. Not really. It's not getting ahead of itself. That's old. All right. Let's take a look at what's going on. The bigger picture, just sideways action, but the NASDAQ is still under the 5 days. So that's caution. It's probably why I'm not really interested in too much right now. Between the 10 and the 20, yeah, I prefer to be long when we're above all the moving averages. SPY, same thing. Below, in between, under the 5-day, and then the small cap is the worst. Very much under the 5-day. So another reason I'm not trusting small cap right now too. The Russell 2000 IWM is not very strong. Yeah, there we go. Darn it. SMR is the only one that looks good in my opinion, and I'm not in it. Maybe if it doesn't go anywhere and gets jerked back down tomorrow, I might jump in it, but we'll see. I just have to let it go for now. All right, let's see. Barry will be here in about 15 minutes. Anybody have any questions they were sitting on? You want me to look at a chart? We can do that. That's probably the move. I missed it. If I'd have chased it, it would have reversed on me. Tesla on highs. Somebody's happy. Somebody's got an option, call options happy. See what these goofy money machine simulations are doing. Okay, this was my original one. Yeah. MNPR, is this thing still going? Off and on. All right, here's the hedge fund family with the $1 million account. They're making more money on the short side. So what does this tell you? This is an indicator in and of itself now. You got the S&P bifurcated, and you're doing 4 times better on the short side than you are on the long side. This is another reason. It's just I don't feel like running in and buying a bunch of stuff right now. I'm just seeing little signs everywhere, and this is kind of a new, unique one. We just kind of stumbled across here. Which side of the market has the best, returns? Today it's going short, and that should tell us something. Using the same basket of 500 stocks, all we can squeak out is $954 being aggressive before something pulls back and we have to sell it. But on the downside, we're getting follow through, and so those are staying in the trade longer, probably. That's my guess. Nope, I've locked up. Wait, no, I didn't. Here we go. Thought I was missing a question. Yeah, so I mean, even a family with a multi-million hedge fund or a couple $1 million, they'd be happy with turning their back and making 5,500. But again, I just want to see how it goes in real life, because this is still conceptual, but it's a mighty solid concept if you ask me. Oops. In any jeez. I can't resist. I'm buying in any. So what did we just talk about? Waiting for this. I could have jumped the gun. I could just go right back to lows and I'll get out quickly. That'll be my out. But look at this. NNE was up here, and this is one of the 3 nano nukes. It was up to 27. Has been jerked back, yanked back. He tried to say 2.5, 3 days. And now we're trying to make higher lows here on the up. And now we're kind of crossing the threshold of this momentum. These are the kind of entries, if you can get, and they don't hurt, you don't have to sit through any pain, they're much easier to just kind of turn your back on and see if they can work, because you might have bought, I'm kind of jinx myself, you might have bought a nice buy off the 20 SMA. So notice the difference here. I was afraid to chase SMR. All right, I'm afraid to chase new highs because of this right here, these little pullbacks. In this case, I missed out. Maybe not, but that's a darn good looking daily chart, and it's a huge short float too. 29% now. Okay, so that setup, that daily chart, right? Basically, sideways consolidation is extremely strong, but you also have stocks like Oklo that get ahead of themselves, and they're not pulling back as much as you'd like them to. And you can see, look at my 5-day moving average. It tried this morning. I was watching this. Every time it tried to break it grew some hair. Those little wicks. I don't like that. But now that SMR is taken off, we're getting some green candles in these 3. And so the reason I decided to trade NNE, I just feel the risk reward is sufficient down here. My reward could be 20, 23, maybe right back up to here. This could be my reward. And that's my risk. That's what I've learned over the years. Try to be contrarian. If there's one thing I can tell a new trader that just popped in here, do not be the person that chases this green candle because you feel like you're missing out. You're just asking for the 3-day sell-off. Where I'm laying in wait, kind of picking my spots, waiting for maybe a possible, 2 or 3 days of sell-off. It's still in an uptrend and it's shown itself to be very volatile. So I'm willing to take a risk right here. Even though I make trades live, sometimes they don't work out, but I'm going to do it. Matter of fact, I'm just going to adjust that, give it a little bit more flex. And if it takes that out, I'm going to have to consider putting in a stop. So again, let's see how high is this? Why am I not getting that cursor on this chart? That's weird. Trying to get that sliding tag on the right-hand side so I could see, well, I have to eyeball it, it looks like. So 22. Here we go. So I got a confirmation candle, right? We just got the 15-minute close. And you tell me, did the candle close above or below? So if you're short, this is where you get out. If you're like me, trying to use this opportunity to get long, that helps me feel confident that maybe I've got an entry and we can build on that entry now. I probably would do something like this. See this 22 level? It's a flat 5-day moving average. I would take half off here. 22, which would be right about, it wouldn't be bad at all. A nice green bounce right about there. I'd take half off it because I would be expecting selling right here. And then the other half, I try to see what happens. It just depends on what the others are doing. I watch them too. Like if I turn around and I see SMR and Oklo just reverse giant red candles and heading back to lows, well, then all of a sudden I'm scared. I'm nervous because NNE is likely going to be watching those other two. So you have to know what sandbox you're playing in and know who the players are and keep your eye on them as well. But for the moment, I'll take a couple green candles here and maybe I've got a no pain free look entry. We'll see. Yeah, it's helping. SMR is helping them. That's the one I wish I was in, Patrick. Wish I was in SMR, but I said I'm live. I refused to chase it. I could set an alert right there, and if it pulled back, I would be okay with maybe buying that pullback. I might do that, maybe even lower. I don't know. We'll see. But looking at the daily, it's a nice flag, right? That's pretty solid. Great volume. And more importantly, the short float, 26%. You got scared shorts in here. Not so much with NNE because the shorts just, I don't know if you guys saw on the open, NNE got slammed on the open. Look at that. It went down to, why can't I see that? Darn it. Daily. Small border? No. SMR going. SMR. I put an alert in here. If it pulls back, I might be interested because I just love this daily chart so much. It's just so perfect. When you've got the volume, the flag, sideways consolidation, didn't pull back too far like the other ones did, or NNE did. It's just, there's a lot of reasons to like SMR. But I took the low road, the less risk, better reward road if this thing can bounce. Tesla, you know, first day after a big earnings, I would not expect this thing to go back to lows. So you've got that going for you. When did the $17 offering come out? Is that something I don't know about? I looked, I didn't see anything though. That would make sense because it went to 17 on the pre-market. There.
Came out today, Steve.
Not today. I didn't see it, huh? That makes sense why it gapped down so hard.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good to know. Thank you for telling me that. I looked, but I didn't see any headlines because our headlines aren't that great.
You're not going to see it in our headlines,
Yeah, that's why.
Unfortunately, they don't seem to. They're not quite up to snuff. So that's why I use Interactive Brokers all the time.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out, Patrick. That's going to definitely be a headwind for sure, I think.
Or Steve, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I was talking to Patrick too.
Okay.
Yeah, both. Talking to both of you.
Yeah, and it's interesting because somebody had pointed out that they thought that a couple of days ago they had announced it at 2150, the financing, but this morning there's no question it was at 17. Now, of course, you run the risk with the other two eventually maybe doing the same thing. That's the issue.
Well, as I was telling the room, I'm happy with my low risk, high reward entry, and it's kind of a free look. Not going to hurt me too bad. If it rolls over and hits that blue line, I'll get out. But if this can start to build on something, I'll stay with it and see what I can get. Normally, I don't do live trades, but I did this time.
Oh, you did a live trade on what? Which one? On the NNE?
NNE, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm flat right here. Pretty much bought it right about here.
Well, we'll give you a little golf applause, and hopefully it works.
Thank you.
And you got in at what price, so I can really congratulate you, or go?
I got in at 1890.
Okay, so now, right where it is now. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I will let it go. Gosh, can you help me, Barry? See how on the right-hand side on my daily chart, I've got my price tag with my my crosshairs. But on this chart, the price tag is gone with my crosshairs. I can't go up and down and see what the price levels are. I think it's a bug.
Can you? And you've clicked on a candle, right?
Look at this. I turn browser off, and I can see the price level on the right-hand side as I go up and down. Turn browser on.
Can't do it. Gone. You have to click on the. You have to click on the candle, and then you're going to see a little pop-up. There, you see.
I don't want the pop-up. I want that side.
I know you don't. I know you don't.
I'm going to have to make a ticket. Yeah,
Me too. Well, I don't know if it's a bug. I just don't think they want all that information at the top anymore because they look at all the other information.
Well, I'll ask, but when I use my cursor, it's nice to know what that price is without having to guess.
I completely agree. I mean, that's why I don't like using the browser interface, to be honest.
It doesn't seem right. Let me see this one. If I change this one, I've got a third chart. If I change this to daily, I'm sorry, 15 minutes. Do I lose it? No, look, I've got it on this one. So it's just a weird little stupid thing.
Where? I don't see it.
See on my right-hand side,
Yes.
The price changes. Like, this is what I'm talking about, little gray tag.
Oh, I thought you were talking about on looking at the candles and then seeing the open, high, and low and all that.
No, I just want to grab a cursor and get a horizontal line and know that's
Oh, I see. Okay.
2092. And that's how I use the 15-minute, but all of a sudden it's gone in here. And
Oh, I see. No, I didn't
I bet if I
realize that.
restart it, probably comes back. I'll try that.
Hmm.
Anyway,
Anyway. Well, I'll cheer you on. So 19, I hope it goes to 24 for you tomorrow and onwards and upwards.
thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. I
And
better go.
on that, yeah, go. Yeah,
All right.
12:54. So go. Thanks, Steve.
See ya. Bye, guys.
Bye. Okay, guys, I'm back in both now. I'm back in both rooms now. Now, guys, I've taken some off the ADT. I said that I'd be happy if it could get into the mid-teens, like the 8.7, 8.15, 8.16. So it actually took some out around 8.19. Okay, so not a rocket ship like the other one, the MNPR. But on the other hand, it gave me about a 4 to 5 risk reward because I got in at 18.02, had a stop just underneath 18. Say let's call it a 4 cent stop. It moved 16 cents for me, so there's 1 for 4. So not bad on a risk reward basis. On a trade that was really pretty relaxing. Okay, I mean it wasn't moving that quickly, either up or down, and I'm talking about the ADT. Meanwhile, I do see that the MNPR got up to $36. Okay, guys, all I'm doing right now is I'm just kind of looking at some of the previous alerts. Now, here's a little trick, guys, in case some of you may or may not know this. Okay, so when I do a reboot of my system, I lose all my original alerts. Okay, from this scan here. So for me now to see this, okay, do the history, but watch what happens. Well, I'll duplicate the window because I don't want to overwrite this. But watch what happens when I do the history. Okay, now that's not what I don't want to see that. I don't want to see this. This would be the repeating version. Okay, this would be the repeating version. I don't want to see it. I just want to see the history of the very first time that this happened. So here's a little trick. Okay, and you can use this on any alert window. For instance, if I looked at this alert window and wanted to do a history, it would be packed. But if I just want to see the symbol the very first time it happened, well, watch what I do. Right click, go to properties and then the view mode, and then group and sort by, and then by time. I know I'm doing this quickly, but watch what happens. Okay, see what happens. I only see that I sort of this would be what if you loaded this from the beginning of the day. This is what you guys would be seeing now. Now, not the ADT. I am surprised that the ADT is showing up here. So maybe there's something. Yeah, wait a minute. This is not right. This is not the first time. These are, well, usually this is going to just give you the very first time. I'm not. I don't think these are the right times though. That the alert happened. I have to figure out what went wrong there. But that, in theory, is what you do. You just group and sort by. Well, I'm glad you appreciated that, Charlie, in terms of my little. I usually do it once. I try to do it once a week. The risk management. A lot of people are so kind of new to trading. All right, ATGL just got halted on the way up, guys. ATGL just got halted on the way up. Now, I'm not sure it got halted before. I don't because I don't see my history of this, but let's take a look at where it could open. 980. Yeah, so it's got halted at 976, 980. No big clue yet. Now, if it does take out 10, let's go to a monthly chart and see where it could go. Well, so on a monthly chart, the next high is around 1284. Okay, so if it does take out 10, it has some room on a monthly chart anyway. And then I sort of remember this day that I got up to 31. This is back in November of last year. What stock are you talking about exactly, Onderzek? Or Onderzak? Or sorry, I'm probably Onderzoek. Probably pronouncing it incorrectly. What stock are you talking about regarding news? You'll never almost for sure you will not see it in our news. Okay, almost for sure. I mean, our news is good for looking. Pre-market you'll usually see when it's an earnings play, or if they do have some news pre-market. Intraday though, almost never. But even IB doesn't have it. It's just a spike. I don't think there's. My guess is that there's no news. Okay, the news is this: it's China, 7.8 million. Okay, so I don't think there's probably. I mean, there may be something somewhere on Twitter, but I don't see. A lot of times you won't see news. You won't see company news typically. Not for stuff like this. First halt of the day. Okay, thank you. So, well, this is the first halt of the day for ATGL. And look at the potential open here, guys. 1020. So let's see. I'm just going to hang on to this, or wait till it opens and see where it actually does open. 1258. So 103 plus 53 seconds. So another not quite 2 minutes. And this one just got halted. NXL. Let's take a look at where this. Wow. So this one also got halted on the way up. And another one that is looking good on the open, 185. Other low, well, don't have float information. Sometimes that happens. I have to put another symbol in, and then the float will come in. Why, I don't know. So 9 million in the float for NXL. That's what we have anyway. No, I think I said $12, right? I think I said 12 something for the next high for ATGL on a monthly chart for ATGL. So let's see where it opens. Let's see if it's going to give us any sort of a way. Oh man, it's just going to open. If it opens at 1095, and man, it's a dollar above. Again, time and sales from Interactive Brokers, guys. The blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. I'd love to just display this all day long, but you know what? I'd have so many people say, "Where do I get that in TI?" Okay, so maybe another minute. No, Okay, well, guys, this is going to be longer than a 5-minute halt. So this is, if it's not a 5-minute halt, then typically there are multiples of five. So this could be a 10-minute halt now for ATGL. Which I never like if I'm caught in a halt, I never like a 10-minute because it gives time for this number to start to get back down to the halt price. I mean, it could pop, it could explode also, but I'd rather that if I'm in a halt, that it's a 5-minute halt. Problem is you can't control it. You don't know if it's going to be a 5, 10, 15. I'd say that 95% of them are 5-minute halts. Now, here's another one. ALGS saw this one earlier also. ALGS, lots of room on a weekly chart anyway. 985, another dollar to the high in the weekly chart. All right, guys, another halt. FIBO. Okay, another halt. FEBO. Another one halted on the way up. Where could this one open? Well, this has got a projected open underneath the halt price. So, but of course, this can change. And where could FIBO go? FEBO. So the next high in the weekly chart is around 521. Meanwhile, look at the market, guys. So we had this little, looked like relatively ominous, but look at this. So the SPY is positive. NAS is actually, so there is this little disconnect in the market. Dow is down and the NAS is up. So, value versus growth. Yes, the draw says MNPR is starting to curl. Oh my goodness, guys. Look at that. Look at that open. Look at that open for this one. That got halted at what was the price at 976, and look where it is now. Wow. Now, I cannot see any news on this one. You know, the MNPR had some news, okay? A lot of these you're going to see these halts resumes. They're just no news. No news. No company news, okay? What I'll call company news. This was company news for the MNPR. And you know, none of these gave me my my entry, the entry that I sometimes do. So, you know, what I sometimes do, for instance, this got halted at nine. This ATGL got halted at 976. So a lot of times, what I'll do is if it opens, it could open a little higher, but then if it goes down below the haul price, not by a huge amount, say it got down to 950, and then it came right back through the haul price. A lot of times, I'll take the trade, but you know, this didn't happen. It opened at 1116 from the 976. So now, guys, I don't mind a little bit, but the problem with speaking Dutch in the room or any other language other than English is that most of us don't understand. So this is an English, it's English speaking two rooms. Again, don't mind. I think I don't know what you said, but otherwise we have so many. That's okay. It's okay. We have so many different countries, that are in these rooms, and we could. It could be the United Nations speaking here. Oh, I assume that. I assume you were Dutch also, Dennis. I don't think TAN has any options, okay, because it's an ETF. Oh, I'm wrong. It's not unusual. I'm sorry. It does have options. I'm sorry, but it's not unusual. 75% are normal. 6,000 contracts today. Okay, and that represents 75% of normal. Normal meaning what was the average over the last 10 days. So it does not have, and you can kind of see. I mean, it's up a dime. Well, guys, I mean, if you took this one, you're butting right into that high right there on that weekly chart. 977. What did it get up to? Got up to 968. Takes out that 977. Wow, look left. 1525 on the weekly chart. So it has some room if it can take out that 977. But at that point, you'd be chasing it though. I mean, even if it took out 977, look at the volume coming in. But look, this is a very parabolic move right now. Now, it may not, well, I guess that doesn't matter. But that is a parabolic move right now. I mean, that candle, 945, 1025. Well, 5 minute. What about GEV? Okay, I haven't seen that one for a long time. GEV? Yeah, so you're a lot of volume. 2,000,000, really? 2.2 million shares? It's a huge market cap then, really? So it's a lifetime high. So I really don't know what else to say about it, Jay. I mean, it's a lifetime high. I don't follow this one at all. It's a lifetime high. I'm surprised at that float, 274 million in the float, $294 stock. It's a big market cap. Okay, so Dennis, so the question is, where do you find this window? Okay, this window right there. This is just time and sales. Okay, time and sales in Interactive Broker. So if you go click on File and then click on New Window, then a big box pops open, and you'll see time and sales as one of the options. And then what I do, I just pick time. I just pick time and sales. I know there's another one that says multi instruments. I don't even know what that means, but I've always just picked time and sales. So that's all it is, time and sales from Interactive Brokers. Okay. And look at ACIC. I mean, this has been a steady one also, all day long from our AI. And actually, I think it took out this, yeah, 1242. So it's a little bit above that high in the weekly chart. No, 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 no. It's within IB. Dennis. Yeah, I'm saying go to Interactive Brokers, click on File in Interactive Brokers, not Trade Ideas. Click on File, and then like I don't know what you're seeing exactly, but new window or new, and when you hover over it, when you click on new window, a big box pops up with a lot of different options. One of them is time and sales. That's not what this is not. That's why I always say this has nothing to do with Trade Ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, the blue screen. Okay. If you can't find it, just do a search then on time and sales. That's what this is in Interactive Brokers, not within Trade Ideas. Okay. It's just a normal time and sales window. Yeah. But when a stock is halted, like right now, we can't see it, but there's Olo. It's not halted. But if Olo was halted, you would see the halt price, and you would see this column here would be changing. No, it's just no. Yeah, just normal time and sales. Speaking of Olo, okay, what sort of volume? Not bad, almost a million shares, 3.8 times normal. The weekly high is 513. It's through that. Where could it go? Not enough room for me. Yeah, that's quite a bit below though. Now, I should also rephrase all this. I only do this, what you're talking about, I think. I only do this on the first halt of the day. Okay. There's the Vine guy. So the first halt of the day is when I'll, maybe take a trade when you see the halt price, maybe it goes down below the halt price and then gets back over the halt price. Only on the first halt of the day. All bets are off for me after that. I don't do it any other time. Just the first time. So, for instance, this one, yes, it's below the hall price, but I'm not taking it. Now, this could get awfully ugly, guys. Look at the FIBO here. So here, here, Dennis, you just can't see the symbol. There it is. But so there, you'll see this is just the halt. This is the normal time in sales. But look at this 402 on the halt. Now, at one point, this was down to here, flashing down to 280. So this does not look like anything that's going to happen in a positive way when it comes out of the halt. All right, the NXL opened, I guess. What happened to the NXL? Not bad. No, I don't know. No, I got halted again, 180, and it popped above it. Boy, what an active scanner today. The halts resumes. All right, guys, 121. So last time, take a look at my homepage. All the information you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. And remember, again, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Wow, look at that NXL. Yeah, moving, moving, moving. All right, clicking on my homepage link. So here is a way in which you can take out a subscription using my promo code Barry15. Okay, you'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And as always, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription, sometime in the future. The reason why, it really helps to keep the room free. It's that simple. Okay, look at NXL Go. And if you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started, 10 short videos to get you started. Okay, software program. Obviously, there's a bit of a learning curve. What we've tried to do here is just cover all the important aspects of trade ideas in very short videos. Okay. And if you're new to trading, Trading 101 is for you. All right. A whole series of videos designed for those who are brand new to trading. All free. This doesn't look good. MNPR, I guess, got halted on the way down. Look at NXL Go. I'm going to take advantage of one of these soon or try to. Daily stock of the day video, you can sign up for it here, free of course. Trade of the week is also free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. This week's trade of the week did not trigger. So if you do sign up for it, first of all, you'll get an email. And when I say trigger, you'll see there's a suggested entry. It never hit that price. If you do sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Big education section is here. And then here are my scans, okay, that I'm currently sharing. You hear me talk about the momentum scan? It's over here, right here, on my other monitor. My don't repeat. Now, again, this is not full because I did a reboot of it, but there's the don't repeat version of the 10-day daily breakout. If you want the repeating version, where you'll see the symbol over and over again every time it makes a new high, And the two versions you can have. I just like the don't repeat because then I can go back in time, see where the first alert was very quickly and the price, and figure out, okay, what did it do from there? Relative strength leaders is here. Okay. Upside movers, downside movers is here. And then the race that I'm running is over here. Biggest gainers from the start of the race. Okay. So lots of different scans though, and the halts resumes, of course. A lot of different scans that I have created. I don't have them all up and running, but I've displayed them here. Something, hopefully I've named them in a way that makes sense, so you can kind of take a look at them if you want. If you're looking at what are daily reversals? Well, that might be interesting. You can load it, see what it looks like. Now, don't call me Shirley, but surely this is it. Surely this is it. you know, for the MNPR and the big. We kind of thought that it was over. I think here or here when it had. Yeah, I think here it got halted around 22 and it got down to 18, and that looked like it was over. But look at this, from 18, it almost doubled. Why not? But eventually, there's got to be some giant profit taking. I mean, this started out down here at $5 stock. Low of yesterday was 450. Yeah, William, you're right. 1934 is the VWAP. Well, we'll see where it opens. I mean, listen, if it opens over, it opens a little bit below and then it pops over 1939, it could go again. Okay, guys. So in about an hour, I'll probably be taking off. William or Draw will keep the room open. Well, they may keep the main room open until about 4. Who's anybody big this afternoon after hours today in terms of earnings? Yesterday, of course, we had Tesla. How is Tesla doing? Is it holding its gains? Looks like it is because there's Tesla right there. Yeah, Tesla really held its gains. Not just held the gains, but added. So again, this is Tesla. These are two ETFs designed specifically for Tesla. Notice 40% in each one of them, and Tesla's up 20%, right? So these are double. So you'll get double the move in these two right here. But remember, if Tesla starts moving down, so let's just say Tesla moved down a percentage, these two would move down 2%. So you know. Another Oliver. Not to be confused with the Oliver who's won a couple of contests. Is that probably not? You're asking about two confirmed green candles at or below the Bollinger Band. I would say no. Okay. Now, I don't use Bollinger Bands at all. Anybody, William, you use Bollinger Bands, right? I don't think we can have an alert that shows you can see the percentage above or below, but not two confirmed green candles. Now, well, let me figure that out because I mean, you can see stocks below the lower end of the Bollinger Band, and then also, I guess, consecutive candles down. Those would be two filters. Let me just bring up. I don't use Bollinger Bands at all, so let me just bring up. So I may be wrong. You may be able to do something like that. Okay, so the position in the Bollinger Band. So if you want to say below, so it depends on the time frame you're looking at. So we have 5, 15, and 60. So I'm going to assume, yeah. So if you put, okay, so I just give me a moment. I'll go back to that. So if you search, so what I did again, this is what you have to deal with. Okay, you cannot have anything other than these time frames on the Bollinger Bands. Okay. So if you put, say, I'll just use the 5 minute as an example, okay? Add the filter, and if you put like which I did, you put any sort of a negative number in, that will mean that it'll be below the Bollinger Band. And then you can also do a search on consecutive candles, and then you can have your time frame that you want. And when you say two confirmed green candles, that'll be tricky, but I mean, one or two. This is your time frames again. So again, you could add the filter and put two minimum. Does that make sense? So you've got, yeah, I guess you can do it then. You can use the filter to show you stocks that are below, depending on the time frame you want, below the Bollinger Band, and then use this filter to put a minimum, and again, whatever time frame you want, two, and that should work. Does that make sense? Because remember, the filters are and situations. Well, I can't do the I don't know what the at. Certainly below. Well, the 1 million minimum volume, that's easy and less than 100, 2 to 100. That's just price alerts. I mean, have you ever created a so let me just see if I can I don't know if I don't I mean I'm going to assume that would work, but let's what would be your trigger though? Or are you looking just for a top list? Like what would be a trigger? Like a new high, a new 5 minute high, or well, in a top list. Let me do a top list, okay, and see how this might work. Let me start. Let me do this again. Okay, so let's start. We'll start with the easy stuff. Yeah, you can't get an alert for the second green candle. These are filters, okay? So let's start off with the top list and just see if we can do anything that looks reasonable for you. So you want the price between 2 and 100. So that's easy, obviously. 2 and 100. Oops. Talking to another Oliver in our YouTube room. You want a minimum of 1 million shares. Okay. Okay, so here's how we're building it. Then we're going to do a search on the Bollinger Bands. Okay, what time frame? Here are your time frames. What time frame do you want? I know my computer is going a little crazy right now. What time frame? Well, pick one, okay? You could in theory do both, but I don't know how many alerts you're going to get, but let's pick one. Five, okay, 5 or 15. Let's pick 5, okay? Add the filter. Just to make sure it is below. Now you can also make sure it's 5% below or 10% below or just below. So right now, remember you can adjust all this. Did that 5 mean 5% below? Just below. Okay. Well, let's just put 0. This is going to be just below. Okay. Price is at least 0.01% below. Okay. So you see how we're building it? And then the next step is to search on the consecutive candles. So what time frame? We have 5 minutes. You keep it consistent with the Bollinger Band, or you can do any other time frame. Well, not any, but we have 1, 2, 5, 10, 15, 30, 60. Okay, so I'll pick 5. So that means now, add the filter, you're going to want at least 2. Okay, so you see what we've done? So it'll be below the Bollinger Band, but you'll have 2 candles in a row up on a 5-minute chart. I have no idea. I'm going to call this Oliver's. Oops. So let's see. Let's see if we get any alerts at all. Now I'm going to have to put some columns in, of course. I want to put price. Now the volume. We'll put the position in the 5-minute Bollinger Band. So we'll see exactly how far down it is. And then consecutive candles, because it's going to be a minimum of 2. And so let's see. Let's see if there's anything. Nothing. So right now there's nothing. I can keep it running for a while to see if we get anything, but right now nothing meets these filter requirements. My guess is because it's below the Bollinger Band, and you're probably not. Oh, wait a minute! Wait a minute! Wait a minute! I'm sorry. That I don't know why that happened. That's lifetime range. I'm sorry. That is not Bollinger Band. I don't know why that happened. So 5 minutes. There we go. Okay, now let's see if anything happens. Okay, this is the only one right now. Saber is the only one right now. Now, I'm not using candlestick charts. Okay, so you'd have to have a candlestick chart to see the 2 5-minute in a row up. But I'll give this to you. Okay, and you can play around with it. See, it just disappeared. Obviously, not going to get too many alerts from it. These are not alerts. These are just showing you what stocks are meeting the requirements. So I'll give you this. You can do it whatever you want with it. Adjust it. And please don't ask me how I can improve on it because I don't use Bollinger Bands at all. So but that'll get you started anyway. Yeah, PCT I'm seeing here, guys, on the momentum scan. The PCT is on the way up, and it is. Let's take a look on a monthly basis. Where could it go? Wow, how far back do I have to go? I have to go back to 4 years, October of 2021, before we start seeing those highs. Okay, so William says he'll keep the room open until 4-ish, unless Draw wants to, or maybe Draw wants to keep it open later. Up to him. I'll let you guys figure it out, okay? You guys are doing a great job, though, closing the room down the way it's supposed to be. Yeah, so there's the next 1445, and then after that, 1499. So that's 4 years ago. This is 4 years ago. Yeah, runner all day. Yeah, you're right. PCT runner all day. Not an earnings play either. Don't know what the deal was. They're scheduling a third quarter 2024 corporate update, but okay. But yeah, on the 7th. So I mean, they have earnings on the 6th. So why today? I don't know. Ah, well, no, this is on the 18th. Cantor Fitzgerald put a $14 price target on it on the 18th. So it's there now. Just the problem is, of course, Sean, we just don't know it's going to be an all-day runner. And after the fact, wow, all-day runner. You just don't know it's going to be an all-day runner, like right here or here or here. Wow, it tells me it's going to open higher. That's what it tells me, Blaine. 21, 1936 on the halt. Looks like it could open higher at 21. So it's not completely over. William, I'm sorry. You're not going to get your 15 probably, but I'll do it for just for you, 1590. Okay. Which is, I guess, the low of that candle approximately. Not quite, but a little bit below that. Well, I didn't think I saw PCT early, Shaw. I don't think I saw it here. It's possible the volume wasn't high enough, maybe even the relative volume. It's 4.9 now, but look, a lot of that is because of the volume that's really increasing. Remember, most of my scans are 3 or more. Okay, so I probably wouldn't have seen it here. You said Click was an IPO today? No, somebody said I thought I saw somebody saying Click was an IPO. It was back here, okay. Of course it's not. All right, there's MNPR resuming. It's now what is it going to do now? You know, the spread is not crazy on this MNPR. I mean, I don't consider 30 or 40 cents crazy for this, and it's less than that just because of how volatile it can be. How does it work, Blaine? What does it do? I trust IB. I do trust IB because it seems every time we've been using that for a long time now, and I do trust whatever that column says. Understanding, of course, that that column changes all the time. The numbers change all the time, but I think it does give a decent ballpark. Oh, I see. Well, that doesn't help. That's the fun of it to see where it could open. Oh, well, I was going to take a bit of it, but I missed it. I missed it. I'm talking about the MNPR, and this is, insanely volatile. So I almost feel like it's just back off. I've had a decent day today. I know I say, well, just put a stop in, but the problem with trying to put a stop in something like this is that all of a sudden it can just drop like crazy, and you might not get out where you want to. Boy, it's sure tempting. There's a couple of highs right there in the 5-minute chart, right there around the just over 22. And of course, everybody who's looking at something like this is looking at that what if scenario. What if it, gets, high 20s, low 30s like it did before? But then there's the other what if scenario. What if it goes down to 16 and you know keeps moving down from there? So I think I'm just going to take a pass. Okay, guys. So I've got about 40 minutes left. So again, great time to ask questions if you have any. Probably around 2 o'clock. I may put myself on mute and hop back on the mic if I have something to say or there's a question. I really like this Olo, except when I look left, I just see too much potential resistance. So still have some of the ADT left, guys, as it's with no reason for me to get out of everything. And let's see if it has a late day run. Big float. Boy, that's fun on a short. Now they're not available at Interactive Broker, so there are people who still want to pile in now. So the next low looking left is 9. Okay, on for fun if you're in it, PHUN. Oh, of course, it's very risky. That's why to try to put a stop in. But on the flip side, you put a wide stop, wide enough stop, so you're taking fewer shares, and hopefully you don't get destroyed. Boy, I tell you though, if it gets into the 22s on the bid, it could really get rocking again. But it remains to be seen if it's going to do that. 2110, 2134 bid ask right now. This TWG, guys, this is, I don't know what the volume is like. Yeah, so the relative volume is low. I have only two thumbnail charts, and that's one of them, because it's done some crazy things in the past. Yesterday's high was 1074, and it's on the move, but why I would not see it in any scan really. Could see it here because I don't have a relative volume filter in here. And there it is. In fact, there it is. I could see it, and yeah, right there. I guess it got up to 10, must have gone up to 1067 yesterday, and 77 or so. Low float. Well, actually, it's not a low float. 35 million, not a low float. China stock. All right, here's another one that's on the move here, guys. IBRX, IBRX. And the problem is looking left. To me, there's just too much potential resistance. So I can't take that trade. Big float, too, 165. That's a big, big move. 21% with that float. That's a big move. Trading higher after the company announced it dosed its first patients in its phase one clinical study. Okay. Okay, guys. You know what? I think I'll put myself on mute now. Again, I'm not going anywhere. I just, give myself a bit of a. Well, if I don't have anything to say, I just don't want to have a dead mic. So I will just put myself on mute. And again, if you've got a question, I'll come right back on the mic. Or if I have something profound that I want to say. Hey, Okay, guys, you know what? I think I'm going to wrap this up now. One of the reasons why, wow, I want to pay attention to this could be one of those ones, this MNPR could be one of these ones that has like an after, like a late day run, even in the post market. Okay, so I want to try to pay a little more attention to it on my own. So thanks for all the help, guys. William will keep and or draw. We'll keep the room open until 4 o'clock. I'll put that link into our YouTube room. So you can head over I'm going to shut you guys down now. So you can head over to the main room. Just click on my homepage link, and at the very top, you'll see trading room. Okay. And you can head over to the trading room if you want. That room will be open until 4 o'clock. So again, thank you for all of the help all day long. Give me a moment. All right. Well, I'm doing stuff on my own right now, guys. So again, thanks for all the help all day long. And I'm going to shut YouTube down right now. And I'll get on the mic both rooms at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Okay.